So dignified for me. Ciao, baby boy. Shenhe? Miko. Awesome. Tartaglia. Hi, Enjo. Oh, fuck yeah. Everyone's favorite character, the Electro Hypostasis. Honestly, it's a fit. I'm down. So dignified and you are oppressive. Satisfied and you are... Is she a summoner? How about a... How does she... That's not the button I wanted to press. I know how to work a controller, totally. How's my... Switching to comfort character. Oh, he's a summoner too? It crystallizes. Oh, 5. Okay. How... 2 shield point? I think Noelle uses less. Okay, is it can't move for a turn? Honestly, freeze sounds better. Like... I don't know how much geo damage it does. 4 geo damage? That's not bad. I don't think it's very good, though. He seems pretty expensive. Are all the art... Oh my god. How many times am I gonna make that mistake? Wait. It's gotta be 20 minimum. Okay. What about... A... Elemental skill. Oh, it's a summon. deal... She's unironically gonna be a pretty good battery. And then what's her... Okay, so she's probably gonna have another counter on her card somewhere. And then... Storm Zone... Oh! That's pretty convenient. You could probably use him in some sort of quick swap team. He's Animo, so he's pretty versatile. Another summon, your opponent switches to the character closest to your active character. Honestly, Venti so far sounds like my favorite. I mean, maybe not hit him out of the water. Schemes no deals 2 damage only to the target character. Already to all opposing characters. Oh wow. Any character takes electro reaction damage, deals 1 piercing damage to the character. Okay. I think Venti sounds the coolest so far. This is a cute card. I want to put her next to the Kaveh card. Then Tao. She's gonna bring back the Sing Chill meta. Well, assuming it ever left. I don't know the TCG meta too well, I'm not gonna lie to you. Heals herself for 2 HP, is no more than 6. Okay. Three Animo damage, 4 Animo damage, Yaksha Mask. It's converted to Animo. 2 plus additional damage. Yeah. Project Baby. Okay, I have to go to Nagahara Fireworks, so I'm not gonna walk into that one. Then... yeah, I'm good. Tonight will be Kaveh.
The scribe's work is simple, which is exactly why I took the position.
Once, there was a glorious king.
I mean, I guess I did do that yesterday. I didn't realize that counted though, I'm not gonna lie. Cook 20 dishes. Make a total of 50 wishes.
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
Hello. I haven't started Kaveh or anything yet, so I didn't know if Kiwi was planning on coming over, so. But I'm glad you did.
Right here.
Kiwi gave me the vibe that they were, and then he's like watching Goofy. Oh, really? You're so sweet.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Oh, sorry. I was at the movies with my brother. I got to see the Mario movie for a second time. If you couldn't tell by me typing quotes in chat. It's a cute movie. I think it needed like an extra like, I don't know, 15 minutes just to make some scenes a couple like minutes longer, but overall I think it was pretty good. I face a really hard decision and I don't know what to do, right? I have Al-Haytham, I'm a pretty boy. I have his weapon, and I have him... Yes, the little star. I have a C4 Al-Haytham, and he's my big boy, he's my damage dealer. And then I got a Miko, and she supports him, but she does pretty good damage on her own. But she doesn't have her weapon, and she doesn't have any constellations. And I was like, next time Miko comes, I'm gonna try and get her weapon. And now I'm like looking at it, but Al-Haytham's coming right after Miko. And I'm like, ah! Because I'm not even guaranteed to get the right weapon, because the weapon banner is a scam. I don't know, man. No, she's so fun, and I love her a lot. And I want her to do more damage. It's just like... I also want to put absolutely everything I own into Al-Haytham. Because he's my favorite character.
Right now. Happy to oblige.
A bitter pill.
You are not welcome.
Oh.
Mind the side of it.
Look, I spent a lot of Al-Haytham, but in my defense, I had Christmas money and I had saved up for a few months. Whereas I don't have a job right now. Because that was part of my deal with my family, was either complete focus on school or complete focus on work sort of thing. And I chose complete focus on school. But I didn't get into the summer semesters. So I just kind of have time to kill right now. Yeah. Oh, I got AR 59 yesterday, look. See? Now I only have one more level. One more level with 1/3 XP to go. Well, once you hit, I'm really looking forward to post AR-60. Because once you're AR-60, that's the level cap. And so whenever you get XP, whenever you get XP after AR-60, rather than raising your adventure level, it turns into Mora. So you basically get a bunch of extra Mora. Okay, now I gotta go save this guy's thing. Yeah.
Right here. Emerge.
If only, huh?
Yeah.
So, I don't know if you've seen it in your world, but there's this special hilly turtle called the unusual hilly turtle. He spawns in specific places in Liyue and Mondstadt, and he's been there since the beginning of the game. And there used to be a rumor that he had like a 1% chance to drop primo gems. And God, I remember people would fucking hunt that guy down because he only spawns once every 12 hours in like a random location in in like a couple countries. Where's my glasses? I need my glasses. It's getting too much. Oh, that guy. Yeah.
The scribe's work is simple.
That guy
which is
always
exactly why I
gets
took the
stuck,
position.
because I basically live outside this domain, because that domain is the artifact domain for the Deepwood set, which is a good Dendro all-around support set, and then the Gilded Dream set, which is Alhaitham and Sino's favorite set, and so it's like, whenever I have spare resin, I go in there. And I've been farming that domain for like a year now. Honestly, I know I've said it before, but it's not super worth to farm artifacts at your level. Do 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 do. I'm sure it's helping. Just don't spend fragile and don't get too attached to those because you're gonna scrap them. I promise you that. You're eventually gonna replace them all with 5 stars. Honestly, hopefully, by the time you get around to farming artifacts, the strongbox will be updated again. Because that will make artifact farming for you so much easier. Look! They're dancing. Oh, you got the Inazuma, eh?
Hey,
How do you feel about
You're
it?
not welcome.
make yourselves at home. Catch this.
A bitter pill to
Right now. Emerge. Right now. Think fast. The curtain. Falls.
What part of Inazuma are you at? Yeah, I like Toma. He's so cute. Toma and Ayato is like, it's not a ship I'm feral about, but it's one of those things where it's like I see an alternative timeline where I hyperfixated on that ship instead. Toma and Ayato, which is called Tomato. It's yeah. No, I'm not joking. That's the ship name. Yeah, because it's Toma and then Ayato, so Tomato. So, if you ever see like Genshin people with a tomato in their bio, that means they ship Toma and Ayato. Which, you're so lucky, because you already know what Ayato looks like. Ayato was one of those characters who had been mentioned since the start of Inazuma, but we had no idea what he looked like for like 8 months of the region. So there were so many fan arts of what Ayato could look like. Most of them just made Ayato like a gender bent version of Ayato's sister, Ayaka. But I like the twink man we got. There's an alternative universe where I hyperfixated on Ayato instead. I'm just saying. Okay, I gotta go help this guy with his snakes. Gone again. Could you please do me a favor? My food is missing. My pet snake food. Blah 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 blah. Chang Sheng would get mad at you for saying that. I did see it. I was just at the movie, so I mean, I was on my phone. I'm not gonna say I wasn't, but I was trying to be sneaky about it so I didn't upset the people behind me. Because it was like, there was only like 6 rows in the whole theater. It was really small. But I thought that was really funny. What was I doing? Oh, I got a Twitter notification. Don't know what Twitter it's on though. Okay. I just know that Kaveh heard that and he did that same laugh he did when Farzan in the event was like, so where are you living if you're homeless? And then Kaveh's like, me? Homeless? No. Nah, he's just like that where it's like, I sure am doing well for myself. God, I bet those rumors got even worse after the Interdarshan Championship, because all those people are like, well, if Kaveh can turn down millions of dollars, he must he must be super loaded already if he can get that much money to charity. It's okay, his boyfriend's his landlord. He could probably pay rent and kisses.
I see everything. This may hurt a little.
Mind the sight.
I did the pop at the wrong time. I'm a disappointment and a failure. Did you do Dory's quest in the event, by the way? Because if you go back and talk to her after Kaveh smashes the crown, Dory throws a fit and she's like, I'm going to raise Kaveh's interest rates because of this. Aw, so cute. He's so cute. I love when he's a little pathetic. Well, it's a good thing you didn't raise Kaveh's interest rates like I did. Yeah, I just made his life worse. I really fucking hope that you can go in their house in this quest, because that's going to be my new wishing spot for anything. I'm just going to go into their house. Gosh, I hope he gets a part 2, because Noelle has 2 parts to her story quests, and I want Kaveh to have 2 parts. I also need to finish Layla's story quest. I love Layla so much. But with her, it's kind of the case of, I don't think I'm going to get any more Layla content for a while, so I've been slowly doing it to savor it. I'm gonna be honest, I'm sure a really decent chunk of the banner sales, because there's somebody on Reddit who posts the banner sales on for Chinese iOS on Reddit. Anyways, yeah, and they did pretty decent, because, like, keep in mind, it was a really bad weapon banner. Jadefall is pretty much only applicable to Baiju, and it's not that much better than some 4-star weapons. And then it had Amos Bow, which is on the standard banner. And it was Gani's third rerun. So, like, Baiju probably wasn't the biggest. He wasn't the biggest seller, but he didn't do as terrible as some other banners with similar circumstances. And I'm sure a decent chunk of that was just for Kaveh. La-di-da, look at you with the C6 Kaveh. Some of us only have a C1 Kaveh. At least without Hatham I could get pity and get him eventually. With Kaveh I just have to pray. I don't know why I'm walking to Sumeru City, I just am. I hate you, actually. Why'd you tell me that information? Just to ruin my day?
I see everything.
Mind the side effects. Here you are.
fine. I'll just cry myself to sleep. It's alright. Okay, I'm sorry for stalling, I'm just vibing. I saw in your screenshot, too, that you had Source. I was very surprised about that. Oh, no. I'm not blaming you, it's just, from my POV, it's weird. Because I understand that you can probably just go into this new desert area now that it's all released and you can start this quest. But from my point of view, it's like, I'm like, so the proper way to play the story is you do the R&R quest in the forest, and then you go into this part of the desert and you do the Golden Slumber quest, and then you go into this part of the desert and you finish off the Jet quest, and then you go into this part of the desert and then you do the Source quest. And so my brain just like didn't compute for a second with like, oh, you probably could not do it in that particular order. There's this comic I saw not too long ago that's in my head, and it's Kaveh being like, finally I remembered my keys today, and then like he gets in trouble and he realizes he accidentally grabbed Al-Haytham's vision, so he's using Al-Haytham's sword in his mirror mechanics. And then there's a panel at the end where you can see Kaveh screaming from Sumeru City, and then it's the one where Al-Haytham's holding, like, Kaveh's claymore, and he's like, you can take the day off, Marak, I got this, and Marak's just like, beep boop. And I keep mentally thinking about Al-Haytham with the claymore. Like, I can make this work. I'm strong enough. I use 2 swords. His Dendro sword is, the one he makes is so sexy. Like, look at it. It looks so cool. It looks so cool. Anyways, I really love that comic. It's very funny to me, particular. You can tell I had a little something before I started stream too, because I'm just walking everywhere. I did that yesterday. I walked from one side of the desert to the other side of the desert. What if I just properly walked like this? I love how bouncy the clothes are. It's a little, you play on controller, right? Yeah, no, I'm just doing this. This is how we're gonna do Kaveh's hangout quest. Oh, I gotta start the hangout quest. I don't know where I gotta meet him at, actually. He's so fruity. I can't get over how fruity he is. Okay. This proposal? It's called the proposal.
The scribe's work is simple.
Have you heard that TikTok audio? Hold on, I gotta find the TikTok audio and then play it into my microphone.
to see. I
Okay.
am my husband. I'm happy. I'm happy to see my husband. I'm happy. I'm happy to see my husband. I'm happy. I am on to see my husband. I'm happy. I'm happy to see my husband. I'm happy. I'm happy to see my husband. I'm happy. I am.
That's just me right now. I love that idea. Man spotted. I see him. No, I want to get closer. I want to get closer. He's talking to somebody. What if he's being proposed to by a stranger? And then now Hatham jumps down from where their house is up there and does a plunging attack and then kills the guy. What if that's how the hangout quest starts? Could you imagine, like, a guy like Kaveh getting proposed to by a stranger? And then Al-Haytham like cabin on him and is like, this is my 6th time proposing for you, why won't you say yes? The first 5 times Kaveh convinced himself out of it being a serious proposal and or there was wacky hijinks. And this is please take a screenshot of this angle. Please take a screenshot of this angle. It's so funny to me.
Enough to cultivate intelligence.
Hold on, wait. Can I get a better one?
In the academia are prime examples.
Okay. This one's better because you can see them talking.
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
Stop looking away, I'll hit them.
The scribe's work is simple, which is exactly why I took the position.
I messaged Kiwi because Kiwi got out of thing with Goopy. I don't know if Kiwi's gonna hang out though. Can you post a screenshot on my channel, Lex?
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
Yeah. Imagine if this guy is like, hey, I heard you don't like your gray-haired sugar daddy. I can be your new gray-haired sugar daddy. And then this is like the 6th time it's happened to Kaveh.
There have been many poorly written applications.
Men with gray hair just keep asking to be a
I'll
sugar
just have to
daddy.
reject them all.
He's a cute blonde. Who wouldn't want him as a trophy wife? Al-Haytham wouldn't, because Al-Haytham would be like, we would have an equal partnership, says Al-Haytham, as he's charging his husband rent.
The scribe's work is simple, which is exactly why I took the position.
No, my meal ran out. Today is a terrible day. I feel like, could you imagine the fucking plot twist, right? If, there's a plot thing and Kaveh finally moves out of Al-Haytham's house, right? And then in an envelope, Al-Haytham hands Kaveh every single piece of mora he charged for rent and is like, use this to get back on your feet as like a bonus gift. Could you imagine Kaveh's reaction to finding out every time he was stressing about rent, it was because Al-Haytham had secretly made him a checkings account? I feel like he'd be a mix of, you dick, I thought I was gonna get kicked out and I can't believe you did that. I thought you were being mean, but also you kind of were being mean because you didn't tell me.
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
Oh, hold on, I got Nahida. Let me read Kaveh's mind.
Only I didn't fall for that scam last time.
Is Kaveh getting scammed? Is the proposal for a fake wedding? Can I scoop Pat? Okay, yeah, don't mind me, Kaveh. Can I read Kaveh's mind?
Just my luck. Why does this happen to me?
I love you, Kaveh. He doesn't... he doesn't like that he keeps getting proposed to on the streets.
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
I think it's at least one time every time he goes outside the house.
Ad Astra Abyss.
Here's another thick idea for you. Al-Haytham going with Kaveh every single time he leaves the house to the point where it's looking suspicious. And it's just because he got scammed 4 times in 1 week. And Al-Haytham's like, I can't trust you outside by yourself. Could you imagine if Al-Haytham staged an intervention with Sino and Tainari with Kaveh about about it?
Wait.
Hold on. One sec, taking my headset off.
Whatever.
I think Sino, since he's like the president of cops or whatever.
Which is exactly why I took the position.
I think if Al-Haytham was like, we need to do an intervention, Sino would be like, I know exactly, I can clear a room. We can do a fake arrest if you want. Like scare him into it.
Whatever.
I just feel like Sino would be down if you asked him to come to an intervention that afternoon. He feels like the kind of guy that would go for it. I'm gonna give Kiwi one more act to give him a chance to come here. And if not, then I'm gonna... Tanari shows up late to the intervention, and he goes in there, and it's just Kaveh yelling at Sino and Al-Haytham because he thought he was getting arrested for real. And Tanari's like, this isn't what an intervention's supposed to look like, guys.
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples. Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
Yeah. God, he had to give Kaveh like remedial lessons that afternoon, and it went a bit late because she's still really illiterate. Oh, hold on, wait. There's one thing I gotta do before. I just want to make one condensed real fast. Anyways. Okay, I think Kiwi forgot that they implied they were coming. I mean, I didn't get a I'm coming, but whenever I was like, hey, I'm gonna stream, they kept like reacting to it, so I assumed.
Wait.
Anyways, I'm just gonna go.
I've taken a look at your proposal. It's much better than the ones you showed me before, but I'd still like to make some changes.
Kaveh, how could you? How are you proposing to people?
Oh, come on, not again. Isn't this the 6th proposal I've shown you? What's your issue this time?
It's a bit hard to put into words, but the design still doesn't look quite right to me.
I have to say, that's a terribly vague and unconvincing explanation. Please enlighten me. What would feel more right to you?
Kaveh? Kaveh, your customer service fucking sucks. Kaveh's like this close to going on a rant. Kaveh, you need to be careful. We're gonna call a manager on you.
For starters, don't you think this roof is jutting out a bit too far from the top? It looks almost like the head of a fungus. This door, too. I don't think it needs to be nearly this large. If you could reduce it to around my height, you could use the leftover materials to construct a few more rooms.
Kaveh, how big did you make this door? Is that a garage door? Like, that goes like... And that's just like the main entrance?
The roof and the door are the most fundamental parts of a building. If we were to change them, then what would be left of the design?
At least 3 walls. Potentially more. Also, foundations. Windows. Trees on the outside. Potentially on the inside, but outside trees. Sorry, I'm just watching him breathe. You can see the start of his tibbies.
Even if the soul of the building won't be lost, all traces of architectural style would be gone. Anyone with the slightest inkling of architectural knowledge would know to leave them alone.
Oh shit, Kaveh got the Angie marks. Angie. Oh my gosh, and he's just insulting the guy now. Look at, he's so pretty when he's mad. POV, you're Al-Haytham, and it's just the angry gif of Kaveh.
Oh, I understand the principles of what you are saying, of course, but the truth remains that I'm still a bit unhappy with the design as is. Is there anything else that you can do? Oh, actually, I just got an idea. Can we get rid of all the extraneous sections on the roof so the whole design will just be one vertical structure, similar to that of a tree trunk?
This guy just wants a skyscraper. Kaveh, he's being very forward-thinking. I think if Kaveh was in a modern AU, right? Kaveh would see black block architecture, and he would fucking rant about it for hours if you let him. He just fucking hates it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this guy wants to live in a tree trunk.
What?
Don't architects often say that symmetry makes everything more balanced and pleasing to the eye? This way, the proportions will be completely balanced.
I think Kaveh is about to have a stroke.
I really don't know how you managed to come up with such a ridiculous idea. Wait, don't tell me. Someone hired you specifically to commission me and put me through the ringer? Come to think of it, though, I really don't think I've gotten on anyone's bad side recently.
Has that happened to Kaveh before? Do people come up to him like, please, I will give you money?
Anyway, that's it. I will not be working on this commission anymore. Goodbye. Maybe you can find yourself some other genius who'll be able to satisfy your demands.
Good day, sir. Then he like...
Young man, please wait!
Look at the corner. Kaveh just lost all of his hearts. He's really pissed. He just went instant negative affection at the start of the... Kaveh, walk away from the alcohol. Kaveh, walk away from... Don't go to the bar. Kaveh. You don't have the Mora for that.
If only I didn't fall for that scam last time. Oh, were my
Yeah, I know, he just turned down a job. Kaveh's so angry. I really want someone to make the angry Kaveh into a GIF. That was so cute. He's so cute when he's mad. Oh my god, he fucking died! I left him alone for 2 seconds and he drunk himself.
Just my luck. Why does this happen to me?
Oh my god, he's fucking dead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kaveh. He's so dramatic. He didn't even buy anything. He just walked into this establishment, beelined it to his favorite table, and fucking head slammed it. Oh my gosh. Kaveh, like maybe if I slam my head on the table 6 times, I'll forget each commission I made for that guy. He's so pouty. He's so cute. Hello, Kaveh.
Taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever.
He's so pouty. You know who he reminds me of right now? Lima. I'm gonna message Tam right now. He reminds me of Lima. Because when Lima gets upset, she'll immediately beeline for food, and Kaveh immediately beelined for alcohol. So basically the same thing.
Hmm? Oh, hey. I wasn't expecting to run into you here.
He's like, I'm pissed, but I have to look normal now that someone I know is in the room.
Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern? Don't listen to anyone who says that drinking is an elegant pastime. It's no good for your health.
Says the alcoholic. Did you see Kaveh's voice actor? He was streaming and he pointed at Kaveh's face and he said, "This is the face of a late-stage alcoholic." Saw you arguing with someone just now.
So you saw that, did you? Ugh, I thought I was in the clear. I made sure to double-check that nobody I knew was around.
I don't think you're very good at that, Kaveh. It's happened like 4 times to you.
Anyway, thanks for looking out for me. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a deal. I'm used to it by now.
He's so cute. Why is he so cute?
Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, I'll have a glass of wine. Same as last time.
Same as last time.
Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Kaveh. I feel like I should be buying this. I don't think you have the mora for this.
Wine in a glass of juice, coming right up.
Kaveh chugs. Oh my gosh, it's already
I know
gone.
you're already keeping a secret from me, but if you could add this one to the list as well, I'd really appreciate it. Arguing with a client is not a good look for me. If word gets out, other potential clients might be afraid to work with me. That guy, though, what was he even going on about? All those ridiculous demands of his? He's just a blabbering fool trying to act like a know-it-all.
Well, maybe he's an Aranara in a trench coat. Kaveh seems a lot more honest after he's had some wine. Mahoyo just pointing at him like alcoholic.
Another glass, please, boss. I'm not leaving today till someone has to carry me out.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, Kiwi's joining, so I'm pausing here so we can catch Kiwi up. But oh my god. I really hope Kaveh's like, I have to keep living with Al-Haytham the secret. I have to keep it on the down low so people won't know about it and judge me for being in debt. And then, like, at least once every 2 weeks, Al-Haytham, like, bridal carries Kaveh out of the tavern. Honestly, I kind of have half a mind to restart it. Would you be mad if I restarted it for Kiwi? Because this is so funny. I want Kiwi to see it from the start. Okay.
You got it, sir.
It really is every other. But perhaps
Okay, hold on. I'm just
used
skipping.
would spend a lot. I suppose, though, all of this makes for a real.
Here's your drink.
Yeah,
Boss,
sure.
The meaning of. Anyway, I don't know about art, but I do know.
What do you think? Exactly. So our thought in Sumeru, it's too bad.
I'm yeah. No, go ahead. I don't mind.
Sounds great to.
How about looking into another career?
A different career. I think I've heard a saying somewhere. It's just a. And if I want to make. Hold on. Maybe I'll be able to get.
Okay, sorry. I just thought that was funny. Okay, hold on. I'm gotta go. Oh my god, I can't believe you can look Kaveh in the eye and be like, how about you get a new job? And he's just like, yeah, fuck it, I'm 2 bottles of wine in, let's get a new job. I'm gonna stuff him with other things. Hello. Hello, Kiwi. This is Al Haytham spying on Kaveh to see how he's doing. Yeah. Where are your hands? Put those grippers away. My precious. So Kiwi, I need you to know that we restarted the hangout for you because we were not that far in, and it's really funny and we wanted you to see it. But I need you to know it starts off with a quest called the 6th Proposal, and Ix and I were like, I can't believe Al Haytham's had to propose 6 times. Let me know when you got that screenshot, Ix, so I can get started. Okay. Time to go say hi to the wife, boys. The old ball and chain.
I've taken a look at your proposal. It's much better than the ones you showed me before, but I'd still like to make some changes.
Oh, come on, not again. Isn't this the 6th proposal I've shown you? What's your issue this time?
He had a little bit of a lisp when he said 6. He was like, 6. That's cute. I'm gonna headcanon him with a lisp as a little baby.
It's a bit hard to put into words, but the design still doesn't look quite right to me.
Hey X, get ready to screenshot, okay? Cause the Angie Kaveh's gonna come out.
I have to say, that's a terribly vague and unconvincing explanation. Please enlighten me. What would feel more right to you?
For starters, don't you think this roof is jutting out a bit too far from the top? It looks almost like the head of a fungus. This door, too. I don't think it needs to be nearly this large. If you could reduce it to around my height, you could use the leftover materials to construct a few more rooms.
You missed it, the joke I made earlier, but I was like, Kaveh's just, for the front door, putting in like giant garage doors. Cause like, how small are the rooms that this man has, and or how large is his door?
The roof and the door are the most fundamental parts of a building. If we were to change them, then what would be left of the design?
You know what's really great about Kaveh's poor customer service mode? This is just what he sounds like when he talks to Al Haytham.
Even if the soul of the building won't be lost, all traces of architectural style would be gone. Anyone with the slightest inkling of architectural knowledge would know to leave them alone.
He's so fussy. He's so fussy. Okay, we gotta restart a third time. Ix, I told you to be prepared.
Oh, I understand
He's
the
so
principles
cute
of what
when
you
he's
are saying,
mad.
of course, but the truth remains that I'm still a bit unhappy with the design as is. Is there anything else that you can do? Oh, actually, I just got an idea. Can we get rid of all the extraneous sections on the roof, so the whole design will just be one vertical structure, similar to that of a tree trunk?
What?
Don't architects often say that symmetry makes everything more balanced and pleasing to the eye? This way, the proportions will be completely balanced.
I really don't know how you managed to come up with such a ridiculous idea. Wait, don't tell me. Someone hired you specifically to commission me and put me through the ringer? Come to think of it, though,
He's
I
so
don't think I've gotten on
angry.
anyone's bad side recently. Anyway, that's it. I will not be working on this commission anymore. Goodbye. Maybe you can find yourself some other genius who'll be able to satisfy your demands.
Hey, young man, please wait!
He is, and Kiwi, if you look in the corner, that is his affection meter. And he instantly lost all affection points, which is so funny to me. Time to go day drinking. Kaveh looks like he's in a bad mood. I should go check up on him. If I read this guy's mind, he's basically like, oh, if only I didn't fall for that scam earlier. And then if I read Kaveh's mind, but while he's talking to him, he's like, I'm so unlucky, why me? Yeah, no, he's going to the bar. This is basically the part Ix and I were at, because I walked in the door, and I was like hysterically, I could not stop laughing for like 2 minutes straight. Get a load of this. It's so Lima coded. Tem's gonna lose his shit when he sees it. He's pouting. Look at him. Look at him. He's so upset. He beelined it. He's beelined it into the tavern, got to his favorite table, and just started like fucking headbutting it to forget how today went. Look at him. He's so pouty.
Taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever.
Look at how pouty he is. Taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever. Good to know that moving in with Al Haytham got bumped down a notch on the regrets list.
Oh, hey. I wasn't expecting to run into you here.
He's just it's such an immediate switch to, hey, how you doing? Like, from pouty. He really turned that off fast to save face.
Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern? Don't listen to anyone who says that drinking is an elegant pastime. It's no good for your health.
Says the alcoholic. I followed you here. I'm stalking you.
So you saw all that, did you? Ugh, I thought I was in the clear. I made sure to double check that nobody I knew was around. Anyway, thanks for looking out for me. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a deal. I'm used to it by now.
Look at his face. Ix, take a screenshot of his face. Look at him. He went from pouting to a don't worry about me smile immediately. so cute. Did you get the screenshot, X? I feel like I've given you... Okay. Thank you. I wanted to press
Stress is just an
go.
inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, I'll have a glass of wine. Same as last time. Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
How long do you think Kaveh's tab is? Do you think it's out the door, or do you think Al-Haytham occasionally comes in and pays for it?
Wine in a glass of juice, coming right up.
God, he's...
I know you're already keeping a secret from me, but if you could add this one to the list as well, I'd really appreciate it. Arguing with a client is not a good look for me. If word gets out, other potential clients might be afraid to work with me.
Unfortunately, the game doesn't let you order alcohol, and it's really ambiguous if you're allowed to, because the Traveler is canonically as old as the stars. There's a line in the game somewhere where it's like, I've seen the birth and death of stars. So they're old as fuck. But there are several characters in the game who are like, hey, wanna go drinking? Then there's other characters in the game who are like, aren't you too young to legally drink? So some people think the Traveler's a minor because of that. I'm sitting here playing 4D chess. Like, obviously, they don't have the main character drink alcohol because it's a game from a country rife with censorship, and it would probably, at the very least, raise the age warning.
That guy, though. What was he even going on about? All those ridiculous demands of his? He's just a blabbering fool trying to act like a know-it-all.
He's so cute when he's mad. I understand why Al-Haytham riles him up now. Kaveh seems a lot more honest after he's had some wine.
Another glass, please, boss. I'm not leaving today till someone has to carry me out.
So, from my understanding, China is really restrictive on video games, not just in the sense of what you can and can't put in them, but also if you're under, like, adult age, they actually, like, limit your playtime, sort of thing. Like, the government has, like, a timer thing. Which is why Genshin, theoretically, you could spend hours on it a day, or you could spend 10 minutes. I think that's why it's designed that way. But yeah, they're just really restrictive from what I've heard. So I have no doubt the reason why they mention alcohol, but don't show the main character drinking it, is probably due to something with age ratings and or censorship. Especially since it's an international project, and if it wouldn't raise the rating in China, it'd definitely raise it in another country, you know?
You've got it, sir. I gotta say, though, it almost feels like you're saying that every other day now.
Al-Haytham has to carry him out of a bar every other day.
It really is every other day that you'd run into a client who knows nothing about construction requirements or architectural style. If this was in the past, I'd never have gone through 6 whole drafts trying to accommodate the client's preferences. But perhaps getting used to this just means that I've grown numb to it. I've worked on so many projects since graduation, and none of them have been approved at the first pass.
I know he's an adult with a job in a design studio, but the idea of Kaveh at graduation is so cute to me.
I would spend a lot of time altering my designs, and by the time the clients were finally satisfied, all my passion and enthusiasm would be gone. It feels like I'm straying further and further from my artistic vision with every change I have to make.
Yeah, you really seem like you're numb to it, buddy. Maybe another bottle of alcohol will help.
I suppose, though, that just sticking to your guns and completely disregarding other people's feedback would also not be a good thing.
Buddy, I love you very much. You're very lovable. But you're working commission work. I mean, your artistic vision only goes so far when it's commission work.
All of this makes for a real paradox. One that particularly crops up in my work, too. In the end, what is the true meaning of art? Should I see it as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods? Or an expression of the light of my own wisdom?
What is in your alcohol, buddy? Did you have a gummy with it? Why are you, like, philosophizing?
Here's your drink. How are you already spouting nonsense after just one glass? Your tolerance is usually much better than that.
Yeah, this Lambad noticed too. Lambad's like, are you crossfaded right now?
Boss, what do you think is the meaning of art?
Oh my god. He slurred his... Did you hear that? He totally just slurred his words. He's had 2 glasses. No, he's had 1 glass. He's had 1 glass, and he's slurring already.
The meaning of art? Really, my friend, who in Sumeru understands art better than you? Anyway, I don't know about art, but I do know that I'm interested in business, and some patrons are waiting to be served. So, you'll have to excuse me for now. Just holler if you need anything.
What do you think, traveler?
Oh my god. What name was he gonna sauce? What was with the K? What was with the K? Okay. I'm gonna pick what I chose last time, just so I don't mess up the route, because otherwise I'll get a little confused, and I want to do several of the routes.
Exactly. So our thoughts on the meaning of art are rather similar.
He's snappy when he's happy. Look at him, he snaps.
In Sumeru, and especially Sumeru of the past, the arts are not a popular discussion topic. Trying to talk about the arts is basically the key to killing any conversation.
He's slurring a little bit, but he was slurring like really heavy on that one line. It's like it peaked for a second like 30 seconds ago.
It's too bad that I'm not in my best form today. Otherwise, we could have talked about this for a little longer.
I have to go pass out on my boyfriend's tits like I do every time I get drunk. Kaveh still looks dejected, and even the wine didn't help his mood. How do I help cheer him up? I pay for his tab. Maybe I should play it safe and just make a simple suggestion. Let's do something else and clear your mind.
Sounds great to me. I don't even want to think about this project anymore. But what should we do? It's probably not a good idea to just drink until I pass out here.
Why not? That sounds like a good time to me. I want to see you get drunk and then tell me all of your secrets. Okay, we're gonna tell him to get another job.
A different career. I see. That's not a bad idea. I think I've heard a saying somewhere before. 80% of a working adult's woes are due to not having enough mora in the bank.
Start slurring again. That was really cute. You should go back to that.
It's just a saying, of course, but even I will admit that my life would be a lot better if I could make additional mora.
Oh, if only I wasn't such an extremely ethical person and gave up $1 billion.
And if I want to make mora, I should finish that ridiculous commission. But I really can't find it in me to go back and talk to him right now.
Oh my god.
Hold on. I just remembered that I used to have a senior classmate by the name of Alkami. If memory serves me right, he's no longer taking private commissions, but he's still doing pretty well for himself.
Maybe he opened up an OnlyFans. I think you would be pretty successful at that, Kaveh.
Maybe I'll be able to get some advice from him. Yeah, I should get on this right away. No more wine for me today. I'll grab the bill and be on my way.
He cheers up so fast. Oh my god. Kaveh goes to Port almost. Sorry, I just read a fic. Yeah, he doesn't even pay for it. He just nails it to the door of Al Haytham's office. No, I read a fic, and part of the fic was Al Haytham's and Kaveh's relation. I sent this to you, Ix. I can send it to you, Kiwi, if you're interested. But the first half of the fic was Kaveh and Al Haytham getting closer and closer and closer. And then, like, the middle of the fic was Kaveh got a commission for a long-term building project in Port Ormos, and it was basically like, I can finally pay off all my debt and still have some money left over, but that would mean leaving Al Haytham and whatever our relationship is turning into. And Kaveh did it, and he went to Port Ormos. And I'm just sitting here like, Kaveh goes to Port Ormos. Okay, actually, I have the author on Discord. I'm gonna message him.
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
I will send it to you, Kiwi. It's 10 chapters, but it's pretty good.
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, where is it? I sent it in fanfic. It's Ix's fic. Fool me once. I'm gonna toss it into your channel. It's a bit of a longer fic, but it's pretty good. Okay, time to go to Port Ormos. You really do, so I can read it, and then, so after I'm done reading it, you can write me the dragon fic that I haven't paid for yet. I need to pay for that. I sent a thing in the author who wrote that fic server where it's like Kaveh goes to yeah. But I was like, Kaveh goes to Port Ormos, and I'm here like Doge surprise face, thinking, mentally connecting it to Masa's fic, and then I sent the BuzzFeed GIF that's like, I've connected the two dots. You didn't connect shit. I've connected them. Okay, what's this guy think?
I need to find a new way to attract students.
Is this an MLM? Are we gonna sign Kaveh up for an MLM? Because that'd be so fucking hilarious.
Ah, Kaveh, it's you! It's been a while. What have you been up to recently?
Yeah, it's been a long time, Alkami. Things haven't changed much for me. I'm still taking private commissions for all kinds of projects.
I heard that you were the genius behind the Palace of Alcazazare. I bet you're all set for Mora after a project of that size.
Well, it's hard to make a profit from every project, you know?
Look at his face. Look at his face. Oh my god. He's like, please don't ask me shit. Okay. He's so silly. He's so baby.
Hard to make a profit. You've got to be joking. I've never met an architect who didn't make a profit from a project.
Kaveh, how are you so bad at this?
Unless the client fled before they paid the commission fee in full. But that doesn't sound right either. Doesn't Dory have a pretty decent reputation in our local business circles? I don't think she's ever been involved in any kind of big scandal.
Well, about that. I mean, it was complicated.
Oh my god, Kaveh, don't start rumors.
I understand. Either way, doing one project after another sure gets exhausting over the years, huh? I've been there, so I can feel your pain. I mean, I obviously never had your reputation to live up to. That must have been stressful. But I'm sure we've faced all the same problems. Trying to keep your client in a good mood while you're trying to stop them from micromanaging things they don't know the first thing about. I don't miss it. Thankfully, that's all behind me now.
Did you start a new career? Yeah, I got out of customer service.
Well, not exactly. My work is still closely related to architecture. Judging from the look on your face, you're still strapped for Mora. That's quite unfortunate. You're the most artistically gifted graduate the Kasharawar Darshan has seen in decades. But it looks like you still have a lot to learn in terms of making Mora.
Okay, I know in the text it said artistic, but that's... it sounded like he called Kaveh autistic. You're the most autistic gifted graduate from the Kasharawar Darshan. I'm making all of the Sumeru characters neurodivergent. No one can tell me otherwise.
With that said, us Kasharawar grads should still look out for each other. What if I told you about an idea that'll absolve you of all your Mora troubles going forward?
It's a product called Herbalife. I don't want to get sued by an MLM, so I'll stop that joke there.
Are you serious? But something like that has got to be some kind of top-level business secret. Are you sure you can just share something like that with me? Besides, I don't want to just take something like that without offering anything in return. I still have a little Mora. Or is there something that I can help you with?
Can I help you with anything? And he, like, adjusts his V-neck a little bit.
Oh, you're too kind. This is just a simple tip. Even if I didn't bring it up, I'm sure you'd hear it from the others sooner or later. The idea is this. I recently opened up a training center with the goal of educating people in architecture design.
Yes, I'm telling Kaveh how to make money.
Compared to the classes taught by those old fossils at the academia, my classes are more condensed and streamlined, and will allow people to quickly get their foot in the door.
Yeah, but they're not certified, which is kind of an uh-oh for architecture.
Unlike the academia, I won't turn down anyone who's interested, rich or poor. As long as someone wishes to learn more about architecture, I'll accept them into my training center. It just so happens that I'm still looking for a few more instructors. So, what do you say? Interested in coming over to give a few lectures?
Kaveh moving to Port Ormuz for a job?
Regardless of the pay, I can already guarantee that it'll be far more comfortable than working on random people's private commissions.
Ah, so you want me to join you as an instructor? That does sound like something I'd be able to do. It sounds like a pretty stable job, too. What do you think, Traveler?
I have to say yes. I didn't want him to move out. It's because Kaveh's too trusting of people, I think. He takes people at their word, and he's like, I wouldn't lie to them, so why would they lie to me? And then it turns out they're lying to him every time.
Then it's a deal.
Yes, it's a deal. Thank you, Alkami.
Oh my god. Are we gonna go pack up his house without Hatham?
Like I said, there's no need to thank me for this. The lecture room is not far from here, so you can just come straight here tomorrow morning. As for the pay, how about we start at 300,000 mora per lecture?
I think Kaveh's gonna have a stroke.
300,000? Are you serious? How could you offer so much?
Kaveh just got a heart up from the money talk. I think Kaveh just joined an MLM.
It would seem that you're still oblivious to your own economic worth. 300,000 is nothing compared to the prestige of having the Light of Kasharawar as one of my instructors. 300,000 is also just the base rate. Just trust me on this. The longer you stick with me, the more you'll come to understand your true value in the market.
Is this really an instructor job? Are we sure we're not doing anything else in the classroom? Like, you feel me? This seems a bit high.
I have to go make some preparations now. See you tomorrow.
I was never particularly close with Alkami when we were in school. Who would have thought that he'd be so nice and friendly?
Oh my god, Kaveh.
I've hosted free lectures before, but this would be my first time being hired to lecture for a formal business. 300,000 mora per lecture. Whew. I'm so excited that I'm starting to get nervous.
I'll join you for the lecture.
Thanks so much. I think I will be able to relax a bit more with a friend in the audience.
He's so cute.
Now, what should I talk about tomorrow? Some lessons I've learned over the past few years? I should probably save those for later. For my first lecture, I should start by getting them more interested in the field. All right, let's meet here again tomorrow morning. I should hurry home and create some kind of lesson plan. If I'm going to become an instructor, I should make sure I show up prepared.
Oh my gosh. He's so... Baby. Sweetie pie. I'll hate them... Yes, first off, it's very cute that he calls it home. Second off, can you imagine Al-Haytham having to deal with Kaveh coming up with a lesson plan late at night? Al-Haytham, who was a TA after Kaveh graduated, being like, fine, I'll help you plan it. Oh, that guy left, huh? I want to see if I can knock on Alhaitham. Oh my gosh, you would. If I can knock on their door. Like, listen to their conversation. Let me in. It's the one with the lady sweeping outside, yes. Let me in. I'm looking through your windows, Kaveh. How's the lesson plan going? I guess I don't get to see him. Fuck me, am I right? Oh my gosh. I wonder... Normally there's a way to get an achievement. A few ways to get achievements during these. But I don't know when the opportunity for that will happen. Okay, wait after 7 o'clock the following day. Kaveh strikes me as the type of person who was up till 3 a.m. making a lesson plan, and then he shows up to work at 7 a.m. And he had to commute for an hour, and also he had to put on makeup for an hour, so he only got an hour of sleep. And he didn't even fall asleep, really. It was kind of more like a power nap. Which is funnier, nobody shows up to the thing, or there's so many people? Where's Kaveh? Where's my sweet baby boy? I see this guy.
I see everything.
Now the word is out. I'm sure more students will sign up for classes.
Is this man okay? He looks like he has a headache.
Oh, I didn't expect you two to get here so early.
I was up last night preparing for the lecture, but I ended up getting so excited that I couldn't fall asleep.
I told you
I prepared
he
a lesson
didn't.
plan. Do you
He
want to take a look?
fall asleep. I told you. He got no sleep last night.
Lesson plan. Ah, I must commend you for your dedication. But the training center has already developed its own set of teaching materials. Instead of using your own plan, you can just use what we have here. Of course, you're always welcome to work in some of your own content to add some fun and flavor.
Fun and flavor. Can take a look at your materials?
Sure. Be my guest.
Materials cover a variety of architectural knowledge. At a first glance, nothing appears to be amiss.
It's almost time for the lecture to start. Feel free to head in and start the class whenever you're ready.
Huh. So you've already developed your own set of teaching materials. Seems like I won't need the stuff I've prepared after all.
He sounds so heartbroken.
Anyway, shouldn't be a problem. I'll just go ahead and use your materials.
Oh my god, he's so heartbroken. Look at him. Did you hear that? He spent all night working on this presentation, and you know he had the best looking note cards that were color coded. He's so... I can't get his voice actor. Okay, so here's the thing. I feel like Sino's voice actor is one of those guys that has incredible range and can do all sorts of voices. And then Kaveh's voice actor, his voice sounds pretty similar to Kaveh's, but the emotional control he has over his voice is just godly.
There's something else I want to ask, though. This isn't going to be a large class, is it?
Yeah, it's a 500-person lecture, Kaveh. Didn't I tell you?
Ah, no need to stress. There are only 20 people in this class. There are 14 classes at my training center. Out of all of them, the first class has the best grades, so I've directed them to you. We'll see how well they take to your lectures.
20 people, huh? Alright, I think I can handle that.
I have zero educational training on how to be an educator, but let's go.
Oh, and one last thing. In the interest of keeping a quiet learning space, only instructors and students are allowed in the classroom when class is in session.
I'll sign up right now. I'm gonna give you 10,000 Mora. I will sign up right now. 1,000,000 Mora. I don't think I even have 1,000,000, but I'll get it.
I'm sorry to say this, but your friend will have to wait outside while you teach the class.
It's okay. I was thinking about taking a walk anyways.
Sorry about that. I'll meet you at the door when the class is over then.
I'll leave them in the class. That means that Kaveh got upgraded from Senpai to Sensei. Is Alchemy really as nice as he seems? I should probably ask around a bit. First off, where's Paimon during this? Second off, I don't like that they keep talking about how suspicious it is, because I really honestly want this to work out for Kaveh. I can read them. At first, nothing seems to be amiss. I swear to God, if this is like secretly a smuggling ring or something. Kaveh, let me into the lecture. Kaveh, let me into the lecture. Kaveh. Kaveh. Just breathes heavily on the window. Like, I'm here to learn. Hello, Adan.
Hey there. Can I help you?
Do you know a man by the name of Alchemy?
Oh, Alchemy? You mean that rich guy who's been making quite the name for himself? Yeah, he commissioned a set of furniture from me a while back. Paid a great deal of Mora for it, too.
God, Kaveh would get caught in like a smuggling operation, and then the police come and Sino's like, no, he's too stupid, I think, to realize that he was like giving people code words when he was talking about lumber. Like, he really thought these people wanted to come to his class and listen to him talk about lumber.
I heard he earned a fortune working as a renowned architect. Now he's opened a training center so others can follow in his footsteps. If the tuition wasn't sky high, I'd enroll my child in a heartbeat. Architecture really sounds like a lucrative profession.
Talk to Kaveh about that. What does this guy say?
You know what they say. Knowledge is the key to changing someone's fate.
Why do these guys' names all start with Oh my god. So I was looking at the guys, and I was looking around, and I was like, oh my gosh, there's an NPC in the corner for me to talk to, and he also has an A name, but that's just because Al-Haytham's name is the first in my party, and it's above the guy's head.
Did you hear? Alchemy recruited Kaveh to be an instructor.
I bet that'll boost his enrollment numbers.
Really makes you jealous, eh? If you think about it, Alchemy was never that talented himself as an architect. If we're just talking about professional skill, no one would pay for a class with him.
That's true, but you've got to admit, his advertisements are really effective. After all, the academia only admits those who can pass its entrance exam. So only a few people could hope to study architecture in the halls of the Kasharwar. For those who can't pass the exam, or who just want to jump straight into the industry, the training center is the best bang for the Mora.
I don't know what to say. This just sounds like a private schooling system. Like, maybe it's a bit scummy with as a capitalism, but this doesn't sound like anything malicious. Like, it sounds like some rich bitch shit, but, you know.
Man, to have that kind of business acumen.
Like, this doesn't sound like anything damning. I mean, yeah, it's scummy from...
Alright, everyone. There's no need to be nervous. Class is over, so we can just chat for a bit. I shouldn't have lost my temper during the lecture. Did I scare anybody?
Kaveh, what did you do in there? Kaveh. Kaveh? Did you yell at your students, Kaveh?
No, you weren't scary at all, Mr. Kaveh. We were just a bit lost and didn't get what you were talking about.
Kaveh, did you yell at children? Kaveh. Holy shit. I'm sorry, guys. Did something happen, Kaveh?
Oh,
yeah, these kids are so
started.
fucking annoying.
I was trying to use Alchemy's materials, so I flipped through some pages and gave them a closer look. The more I read, the more upset I became. Alchemy may fool an amateur, but he can't fool anyone who's active in our profession. The materials he made are completely useless for teaching real architecture.
Was Kaveh standing up at a podium and he was like, alright kids, settle down. And he's like flipping through the thing, right? And he's like, you don't fucking use birch lumber for that. And he turns the page again and he's like, you want to use what kind of substrate for the concrete? And it's just like, and it like, he turns the page again and there's something else. And he's just like, oh my god. With that specific way he says it. And he's like, are you kidding me? Did a fungus write this textbook? And he just starts ranting about it to the kids. And the kids are like, I want to go home.
In my opinion, the most important skill of an architect is their ability to craft a design. In other words, they must be able to conceptualize ideas. There are tens of thousands of buildings in the world, as well as a countless number of architectural styles. Some designs emphasize aesthetics, while others prioritize practicality.
Kind of shows how small this world is, that Kaveh's like, there's tens of thousands of buildings.
The architects who can critically evaluate the quality and fit of different designs are those who can come up with great designs of their own. But you won't get any of that from the teaching materials they're using here.
Kaveh, like, how many buildings could there be? 20k? 10k?
All these students are doing in class is rote memorization of existing designs. They are learning nothing about the underlying principles.
Kaveh, have you considered it's because they're 8? Like, maybe they gotta learn the names of things first before you do a deep analysis? Kaveh, maybe you should have learned how to become an educator before jumping into education.
How can they expect to become real architects? When they're done with this class, all they'll become are dilettantes with a pitiful smattering of architectural knowledge.
Dilettantes. He picked that word up from Al-Haytham. Al-Haytham wrote it down and kind of was like, what does that mean? But he was too proud to ask Al-Haytham. So he walked the 2 miles up the tree to the academia library to find a dictionary, and then he looked it up and he was like, oh, that's what it means. And then he went home and he started peppering it into his conversation for Al-Haytham to notice.
But Mr. Kaveh, we didn't really understand anything you said after you threw away the materials either.
Miss Child just really came up and was like, but Mr. Kaveh, you suck at teaching.
What's the big deal anyway? It's not like we're looking to make some works of art. We just want to make some Mora.
Please imagine Kaveh's gonna have a stroke, but Kaveh just being like, how did Al-Haytham already poison the small child's brain?
You're studying architecture to make Mora?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Why else would we be studying here?
Well, why are these, like, 8-year-olds so focused on it?
My biggest dream is to become someone like Mr. Alchemy. Once I finally make my fortune in architecture, I'll be able to buy anything I like.
Yeah, Kaveh, I don't really know what to tell you, sweetie pie.
Huh. In that case, I'm afraid you'll probably be disappointed. The reality is that the work of an architect is very difficult.
Oh my god.
Pay is not lucrative at all. Believe me,
Kaveh?
I'm a perfect example.
Kaveh, sweetie pie, I love you. I think you're just the worst kind of outlier.
But how? Mr. Alkami just told us last night that you made a killing by building the Palace of Alcazarzare. He also said that as long as we graduate from his class, waves upon waves of people will reach out to us with private commissions, and we can just sit back and wait for Mora to fill up our pockets.
Kaveh being like, I can't believe Mr. Alchemy would subject these children to the horrors of capitalism and private commissions.
It won't be long before I can put these miserable days behind me.
You're 11.
Come on. And you all believed everything he said?
Kaveh bickering with 11-year-olds.
But Mr. Alkami is really rich, isn't he?
You...
Angie Kaveh.
Pointless trying to argue this with you right now. You've already filled your heads with pipe dreams.
Kaveh.
Let's go, traveler. Let's hear about Alkami's true plans from the man himself.
Did you see a blonde man over here, and did he crush your hopes and dreams?
Mr. Kaveh looked really angry.
Who cares about him? Maybe he's just worried that we'll take all of his commissions once we finally graduate.
But that can't be it, right? Mr. Kaveh is super famous.
Who knows? My dad told me the more famous someone is, the more arrogant and stubborn they become. Approachable people like Mr. Alkami are the rare ones.
Hold on.
Everyone hold hands. That palace Mr. Kaveh drew in class earlier was really amazing.
He just started drawing on the chalkboard.
I'll try going over the stuff Mr. Kaveh taught us once I get back home. I mean, it can't hurt.
Can we finally graduate? I just want to get out of this place and start making some Mora.
Now that the word is out, I'm sure more students will sign up for classes.
Excuse me, Kaveh asked for no capitalism in his classes?
What's wrong, Kaveh? You look quite flustered. Did one of my students offend you? Were the students not astute enough for your liking? I must implore you to go a bit easier on them. After all, they're nothing like the genius scholars you're used to dealing with at the academia. We don't need to strive for perfect understanding. As long as some knowledge has been passed on, that's good enough.
Yeah, I'm mad at them. But I'm even more upset that you're scamming people under the guise of teaching them about architecture.
Kaveh. Can you imagine? Could you imagine if the guy was like, Kaveh, what are you talking about? And Kaveh's like, you're not really teaching them how to analyze architecture. You're just teaching them the names of it. And then the guy's like, Kaveh, did you look at Unit 2 that you're going to be doing next week? And it's like, he turns the page like one past where he stopped. It's screaming about in class to be like how to analyze architecture, and he's just like, oh fuck, I yelled at my boss.
The students are all here hoping for a quick way to make money, but we both know that an architect's life is hard and exhausting. Just a little while ago, I was toiling over the 6th draft of a design for a client. If your client is unhappy, you can't break ground, and the longer a project goes, the longer it takes for you to get paid in full. What's worse, if your client disappears in the middle of a project, good luck getting anything from them ever again.
That sounds like it's happened to him one too many times.
You know all of this just as well as I do. Why lie to them?
Because they're 11 and it's fucking easy. You ever gaslight an 11-year-old? So easy.
Look, Kaveh, you may be the light of Ksharawar, but like I said, you still have a lot to learn about making Mora. You may deny it all you want, but it's a fact that in today's Sumeru, architecture is a terrible profession. Our clients care very little for the effort we pour into our designs. Instead of appreciating us, they spend all their time nitpicking details and demanding changes, often forcing all kinds of ridiculous ideas onto us.
I suppose that's more or less true. Go on.
Why should we cling on to a profession that's difficult and unrewarding? If the field is dying, then a person who still wants to make a good living will just have to change their strategy. If it's near impossible to make money as an architect, then why not just establish a training center and train other people to become architects in our stead?
Here's the thing. I feel like this guy had Kaveh at first before he was, like, talking about this part, basically. I feel like he was reeling him in. So if he was like, look, I had to get out. I couldn't handle it anymore for my sanity. But what I can do is pass on my experience and try to change the teaching methods to create a new generation that will do better in my place. If you framed it like that, you would have Kaveh hook, line, and sinker. He's too gullible, you know? You just gotta put a good spin on it.
Wait, how does that make any sense? Aren't you just leading them into the same trap?
Yeah, you just gotta present it in a I'm teaching the next generation to not be like me, to not be like us, so they can change the profession that we are lamenting.
We are already stuck, my friend. The more people we can lead into this pit and stack as padding beneath our feet, the more comfortable our lives will be.
This guy really said fuck them kids. So instead of making money from architecture, you made money from your students.
That's right. And making money as an architect is a slow and agonizing process. In comparison, earning tuition from a training center is far easier.
Literally, this guy could have kept Kaveh if he was just like, was trying to teach them a different way with hopes of them being a better generation than me. If you have any ideas, Kaveh, why don't you come to work tomorrow and observe instead of teach, and we can revise the lesson plan a little bit. Literally, that's all you would have to say to Kaveh is like, why don't you help me revise the lesson plan then? And then you could keep Kaveh.
None of the students will ever know, however. In their eyes, all of my income was earned during my years as an architect. It's easy for them to fall for my promise. After all, everyone wants to live the dream of being the person who can spend millions without batting an eye. The more students I get, the more money I earn. And the more real that dream becomes.
You knew he was evil because he has a mustache, and have you ever met a character with a mustache that isn't evil?
Then what? Once they graduate, they'll still find out the truth about architecture and struggle to stay afloat amid all the problems we already talked about. When that happens, your facade will pop like a soap bubble. No one will believe you anymore.
Ah, but that's just one way to look at the problem. No two people have the same amount of talent. Even if they fail to strike gold in the future, you can't say that it's my fault and mine alone. Oh, and also, I never actually promised that they would achieve financial freedom as long as they become architects. All I did was nudge them towards
just
that
gaslight him. It's so easy. It's so easy to get. You just gaslight him.
I'm not even scared if they do come back and stir up trouble. My training center has all the required permits and certifications. Even the Dendro Archon herself couldn't find fault in any part of my business.
How can you sleep at night knowing that you're doing all this? Tell me, is your heart carved out of brick and stone?
Oh my gosh, he's...
I can't believe that I once saw you as a decent human being. I am beyond disappointed in you.
Oh, his heart fell.
And the same goes to you. How many years has it been since you graduated from the academia? If you still can't accept something like this, do you just plan on keeping that worthless naivete of yours until the end of time?
If only you took some electives in her habitat, you totally could have gaslit him here.
Only fools will see art as revered and sacred. In the end, art is just another business. Being successful at running a business is an art form in itself. I urge you to think about what I've said. Offloading your pain onto others is the only way a person can live comfortably in this world. As the light of the Ksharowa, you've accumulated plenty of fame and respect. It's high time that you use those resources to improve the circumstances of your own life.
Yeah, step on people, Kaveh. And if we go back to that OnlyFans plan, I mean, we can work this in.
Think it over, Kaveh. I still believe our collaboration could be very fruitful.
He's gone. What do you plan on doing next?
I'm so mad. I feel a headache coming on. There's nothing more I can say to him. I'll resign from my position as instructor.
You'll give up the Mora?
Of course. I'm sure you've realized that as long as I remained at this center, he would be able to use my name to advertise this place. Even if I just sit back and do nothing, others will be deceived and suffer because of me.
Kaveh.
He is right about one thing, though. These kinds of training centers are everywhere. And even if the academia was to find out about it, it's unlikely that they would take any real action against it.
Who knew telling Kaveh to switch jobs wouldn't go smoothly?
The most that they could accuse him of is false advertising. And even that would be hard to prove.
There's something strange about all this.
Oh? Did you notice something else?
Some of the students don't appear to be very wealthy. Not everyone should be able to pay such exorbitant tuition fees.
Yeah, you've got a point.
Maybe he has a scholarship program. It's not that weird.
The rate he gave me was 300,000 mora per lecture. That probably came out of the students' tuition. And who knows just how much he's been charging the students for attending his classes.
Okay, hold on. I got a 300,000 mora divided by 20 is about 15,000 mora. And I assume since getting a single potato is like not much, I assume it's like yen, kind of how Poke dollars are, which is that's 150 for a class. And I did SAT prep for a while, and like I don't know, I'm pretty sure it was around that price range for a weekend. Or was it a week? Something like that.
If you're gambling everything on making it rich as an architect, are you really going to have the mora to pay for that kind of tuition?
We can try asking the students.
Right. We should hurry. The students didn't believe a word I was telling them. They're still daydreaming about making millions.
Al-Haven could attest that that won't happen.
We're never going to get any information from them again if we let Al-Kami talk to them first. Let's move now before he's had the chance to react.
Hey! What do I need to do to build a really cool palace? Oh, Mr. Kaveh? What are you doing back here?
I really hope in the Japanese dub they're calling him Kaveh-sensei. Because that'd be so cute.
Ago, but you're still here. Why haven't you gone home?
I wanted to stay for a little longer. I'm still thinking about everything you taught during the class. Even though a lot of it went right over my head, I still thought the houses you drew were really pretty.
Of course they were. All the examples I drew were world-famous landmarks. Each one was the magnum opus of a celebrated architect.
Kaveh, like, finally someone talking reasonable here, and it's like a 10-year-old.
It's a good thing that you could recognize them for their beauty. The accumulation of knowledge is the first step to artistic expression.
He's very modest.
Instead of rote memorization, you should try to relate and to understand. And after that, try to resonate with the work.
Yeah, dendro resonance is really important in Abyss.
Resonate?
Yes. When I first got into architecture, There were many things about it that I couldn't understand at all. I would find a building to be beautiful, but have no idea what made it so good. And for most people, just being able to admire a building is enough. To become a good architect, however, you must also learn to assess and appraise. Going from admiration to assessment will take a lot of time and specialized knowledge, and I'm afraid that some superficial speed training won't be enough to take you there.
Just as I thought. Becoming an architect won't be as easy as Mr. Alkami made it out to be.
Yeah, right. To be fair, I can't tell how advanced this child's supposed to be.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to crush your dreams. All I want to tell you is that an architect's life is not as carefree and easy as others may make it out to be.
I understand. Thank you for telling me the truth, Mr. Kaveh. I think I'll still stay here for the time being, though, since my family still hasn't paid everything off.
Still hasn't paid everything off? Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Hmm? Paid off what?
Sorry, I can't say anything more. Mr. Alkami made it very clear that anyone who talks about it will be kicked out of the class.
Don't listen to him. I am the most famous architect in Sumeru. If he kicks you out, then I'll just take you in instead.
Hey, Kaveh yelled at these kids earlier. Who knows what he's capable of?
Really?
Really?
Why would I pull your
God,
leg?
that voice crack.
I can see you have some talent. So as long as you get your fundamentals down, you should be able to pass the entrance exam and continue your studies at the academia.
Could you imagine if Kaveh, if the end of his hangout is like, I'm going to become a free tutor for people to get into the academia, and so like it's a smash cut to like a week later at Al-Haytham's house where there's like 5 kids learning architecture on the floor, and then like Al-Haytham's like angrily sipping a cup of coffee in the doorway of his room, and the 3 foxes that Kaveh got last month are eating his slippers on his feet.
Then please keep this a secret for me, Mr. Kaveh. Truth be told, my family is not very well off, so we couldn't really afford the tuition for this class. Mr. Alkami was the one who reached out to my parents. He told them that he knew a merchant by the name of Bahar and that we could get a loan from him.
Bahar?
He told all the students that once we graduate, people would come flocking to commission us for projects. If everything went well, we'd be able to pay off everything in just a few years, and all the more we make after that would be ours.
How much did your family borrow from this merchant?
$10 million.
I think it was several million more.
Oh gosh. Kaveh's gonna have a stroke.
And what was the interest rate?
I'm not really sure. My parents were the ones who signed the contract. All I know is that the stack of papers was as thick as a slab of rock.
Did you... God, the way Kaveh went from the, how much money did your family take to, and what was the interest rate? It's like, the like, slight increase in level is, his voice actor is really good. I really love his voice actor.
Yeah, I have a bad feeling, too. Something about the whole thing feels dastardly familiar. We need to find that merchant to confirm. But if we were to confront him right now, there's no way he'd admit to anything.
Oh my god. Are Kaveh and I gonna pretend to be a couple? A couple within Paimon's the child? We'd like to sign our toddler up for architecture classes.
Good idea. Hey, tell me, do you know where we'd be able to find this merchant?
We last saw him on the north shore of Port Ormos. Who knows if he's still in that area, though.
Well, it'd still be worth taking a look. Architecture... No. The arts shouldn't be used as bait for a scam. We need to do something before the students' lives are ruined even...
God, it would be so funny if it was actually, like, if you play Lamine, you can be like, yeah, we're a couple, we're trying to get stuff for our kids. And if you play, the male character, it's like... it's just the same thing. But Kaveh's more flustered because he's gay. I'm glad I set this up earlier.
I see everything.
Oh, fuck me, I gotta teeter a bit closer.
Hey!
Let's see who we can reel in today.
Oh yeah, this guy sounds trustworthy. Oh, I could have just walked up to him, okay. Sometimes it's like, walk up and press the talk button, and then sometimes it's like, if you walk within 5 meters of this guy, he's gonna initiate a conversation with you. Stop paying attention to Kaveh and start paying attention to your dog. That's what he's saying.
Right?
Yes. May I ask who introduced you?
Alkami. My friend here wants to enroll in his architecture class, but they're a bit short on money. Alkami told us you're the man to go to in this kind of situation.
Oh,
that's right.
Sounds like his business is booming. How much do you need?
Let me see. I'd say around 3 million mora.
Oof. You call that a bit short on money? Anyway, since you're here because of Alkami, I can work things out for you. Make sure you sign the contract, though. Lots of people are borrowing money from me nowadays. Ah, here you go. Don't worry, there's nothing particularly unusual about it. All you need to do is pay back the loan in full.
I'm really interested
years.
in architecture, parentheses, hostile.
And what if they won't be able to pay it back?
What do you mean, won't be able to pay it back? Once you graduate from Alkami's place, you'll be making millions of mora a year. Easy! At that point, paying this off will be a piece of cake.
Oh gosh.
And even if you were to run into some difficulties and need to delay the installments, it's no big deal. We're all reasonable people here. If you can't pay quickly, you can just pay it back over a longer period. All that would change is your interest rates would get a little higher.
Watch it be like a 30% interest rate.
It's hard work running a business. If we're taking risks to supply you with mora, it's only fair that you take on a bit of the financial risk as well. Anyway, there's no point in tying yourself in knots over the contract. With the way you're reading every single line, it's like you're worried you're about to get scammed out of your whole life savings. Why would I lie to you? Tons of students at Alkami's place have signed the contract. Aren't they all doing pretty well for themselves?
There's like 3 of them, and they're 12 max. If they were any older than that, they'd use a different model.
I just did some calculations in my head. When you say the interest will get a little higher, do you mean it'll get higher than 30%?
Hey, that's a number I said. That's also, the mafia rate credit cards my bank sends me.
Of course, the contract did a great job of trying to obfuscate that fact. It only listed the amount that you'll have to repay every day, which gives the false impression that the amount hasn't actually increased by all that much.
What's 3 million? 3 million times 0.3. Oh, that's nearly an extra million on top. Wow.
If you actually do the math, however, it's clear that the amount you need to pay on interest alone will amount to hundreds of thousands of mora per year. Most people can't even make that much mora in a year. Your greed really knows no bounds.
Oh my gosh. He's so angry.
Even my creditor doesn't dare to raise rates that high. Once a family's signed on to a scheme like this, there's no getting out.
Creditor. You can say Dory.
What are you trying to say, huh?
The Matra will be happy to answer that question.
I figured something was off when 2 well-dressed people came looking for a loan. Think you got the better of me? Too many people are sticking their noses where they don't belong these days. Luckily for me, though, this is a pretty secluded spot. Hey, come out and teach these guys a lesson!
Eremites? I've already fought off more than my fair share of them when I was working in the desert. There are only a few of them, so they shouldn't pose much of a threat. Marak, you're up!
What is this Pokemon? Marak, I choose you! Marak is like an electric steel type, and the Eremites... No, he's a psychic steel type, and then the Eremites are ground types. Gosh. Can I use Kaveh? Yes! I'm only going to beat them with Kaveh.
Sight clear! Come on, you coward! Scanning!
Helicopter, helicopter!
Come at me!
No more tricks up your sleeve.
Sight clear.
How did they build him? Hold on. Forest Regalia. I wish I had a C3. This is my real Kaveh. I wish I had a C3 Kaveh.
Come at me.
Come at me.
Sight clear. Feast your eyes.
Feast your eyes, bucko.
Scanning.
Who are you and what do you want? I don't think we've done anything to hurt or offend you. So why go this far to destroy my livelihood?
You've definitely offended Kaveh.
Debt has the power to upend your whole life. I know very well just how miserable living in debt can be.
So don't do that to babies.
But my debts are the culmination of many different factors, and my interest rate is still somewhat reasonable. As long as I continue to work with my situation in mind, my debts will eventually be paid off.
God, you know in a modern AU, Kaveh's the guy who has 6 credit cards.
But these students are different. They have neither the mental preparation nor the financial resources to pay back a debt like this. You sold the dreams of becoming an architect to the students as bait,
You're
urging them to
Kaveh.
take on insurmountable amounts of debt to satisfy your greed.
Ha! Everyone knows there's no such thing as a free lunch. It's their own fault for falling into the trap. And if we're going to talk about greed, aren't those students the ones who are blinded by it? They completely ignore the risk that's right there in front of them.
I'm sorry, Ix! Oh gosh, was getting C6 Kaveh that expensive? You needed 1 card for every constellation? Wow.
Ha! And here comes the silver tongue. Surely you use that to reel in the students as well. Even now, many of them are still hopelessly dreaming of striking gold after they graduate. People grow by learning from their mistakes. I hope this will be a valuable lesson to them. Let's head back to the academia and turn this guy over to the Matra. They should be able to link him with Alkami's business.
Did he do anything illegal? Like, I get it that it's predatory, but is it... I guess assaulting us in broad daylight was illegal now that I think about it. You could probably sell some of it. I know you got some stuff at your old house still, but I'm just saying, you could probably sell some of it. Well, the Alchem guy, Kaveh said that...
Sino? Didn't think I would run into you here.
My vacation just ended not too long ago, so I'm going over some cases at the academia. Who's this?
It's so funny to me to imagine, because Sino showed up in the trailer for this patch, and he was doing card stuff. And so if this vacation ran out, how's he doing it, you know?
I see. Charging an interest rate over 30% indeed constitutes a crime. As it is highly likely that Alkami is also benefiting from this scheme, the Matra will open an investigation on him as well. Any funds we manage to recover from the suspects will be returned to the students. It's unclear how much we'll be able to get back, however, given their extravagant spending.
That should still be enough. Once the students realize the error of their ways, they won't fall so easily for such traps in the future.
It was the parents, though.
Anyway, thank you for your help. I hope this won't be too much trouble for you.
It's no trouble. Just another day at work. How did you two get tangled up in this anyway?
Well, Kami tried to hire Kaveh as one of his instructors.
Did you accept any mora from him?
He promised to pay me 300,000 mora per lecture, but I resigned as soon as I finished the first session. I didn't take a single coin.
Could you imagine if Kaveh was like, yeah, he promised to pay me 3,000 more, and then before he even finishes his sentence, like, Sino's, like, booking him, he's, like, putting the handcuffs on, like, sorry, you gotta come in the back room with me, Kaveh.
That's good.
What do you mean, that's good? Would you have taken me into custody as well if I had actually accepted any mora?
I wouldn't have gone that far. But, had he insisted that you were also an active participant in his schemes, under our rules, we would have been required to open an investigation on you as well.
Kaveh be like, Sino, I gave you an ultra rare TCG card. How could you repay me like this?
Either way, though, I believe you are innocent in all of this. Had you actually been alright with making money through less than noble means, your life wouldn't be the mess it
he's
currently
already
is.
dead. Stop it. Oh my god.
Hey, what was that? What do you mean my life is a mess?
Kaveh talking to himself in the tavern. I hate my life. It's such a mess. I'm gonna quit my job and find a new one.
Never mind. Your life is fine.
God, I have to cover my mouth because I'm trying not to be too loud, but that is... oh my god.
You're just messing with me now, aren't you?
Let's get back to business. If Alkami's case can be successfully resolved, you'll be eligible for a monetary reward from the Academia. Don't forget to pick it up after the fact.
Huh. I didn't even know there was such a thing. I never would have guessed. What I'm trying to say is that we didn't report Alkami because we thought we could make some more off of it.
The reward will be given regardless of your personal motivations. It was implemented with the intent of encouraging people to supply tips to the Matra.
Being a full-time snitch pays.
Fine.
He got a heart.
Is there anything else?
I want to go back to the training center one more time and talk to some of the kids.
Sure, but you should wait until tomorrow. My subordinates will shut down the center today, and summon the students to gather information on the total amount of mora they've lost in the scam.
Al-Haytham's like, man, today has been so peaceful. What's up with that? And it's just because Kaveh hasn't come home.
Alright, then I'll stay out of their way. I can talk to the kids tomorrow.
I have a few other things to take care of, so I'll be off for now. If you want to follow up on this case, just come find me again. Or ask one of the Matra.
That should finally be the end of that. Oh, who would have thought it would turn out like this? All I wanted was to find a new gig and earn some mora. To think Alkami would sink this low, it still makes me really upset.
Poor baby.
Still, I think I feel a little better now than when you found me back at the tavern.
Oh, how so? Well, for one, I'm not getting sloshed on someone else's tab.
It's a little ironic, but you could say it's because I've realized that there are many circumstances in the world that are even worse than my own. Now that I've seen such things firsthand, I suppose I've earned a new sense of appreciation for my life.
He looks like he's biting his knuckle, and I'm gonna headcanon that he does that from now on.
How should I put it? I'm pretty stubborn when it comes to my profession, so I often argue with my clients. The arguments are usually extremely frustrating, and every once in a while I'd wonder if I only became an architect because fate wanted me to pay for some sins I'd committed in a previous life. Alkami's
so
suggestion would have
dramatic.
allowed me to quit my life as an architect and earn money solely from my reputation. But now that I've experienced that for myself, I can confidently say that I'd never want to do it again.
And that's why he thinks you're too rigid when it comes to making more.
Every scholar has their own sense of pride and a line that they don't like to cross. Of course, when faced with the vicissitudes of life, some will surrender these things to seek a more comfortable life.
Vicissitudes.
I can understand that.
That's a fucking $20. I feel like I have to fine you for using that word.
Just speaking for myself, though, I don't think that's something I'd ever be able to do. The voice in my heart would just keep repeating one thing. The moment I turn away from my dreams would be the moment my career ends. If I stopped devoting everything to my creative activities, I'd be able to lead a more comfortable life, but at the same time, my sense of intuition and understanding for the arts would also begin to degrade. At that point, any materialistic ease I may have gained in life would just become another form of torment. In comparison, my current life comes with its share of difficulties, but at least I'd never have to deal with that kind of existential reckoning.
It's good to stay true to yourself.
I appreciate it. You may call me conceited for this, but I would also like to think I'm talented enough to be able to lead a decent life without compromising my pride.
You think your current living arrangement isn't compromising your pride, Ben?
It's certainly not easy, but I want to keep at it. My thanks again for being such a great help throughout all of this. I'm planning to pay another visit to those kids tomorrow. Want to come with me? All right, I'll see you tomorrow then. Get some good rest.
Can I go into his house? Can I go into his house now, please? He's absolutely adorable. He's so cute. There's the house. Let me in. Let me in, let me in, let me in. Hold on. I can deplot. You know Kaveh put those outside. I'm ruining his decorations. That cost him 10 more. God. He's so silly. It was like 8 or something. I am bullying him. Isn't it 8? Where do I go? Where does it want me? What time did I tell it? I thought it was 8. Okay, do I have to go to 9? What? Oh, that's so weird. I might. I'll try that next. I'm wondering if it wanted me to spin the clock where I was at in the academia. Like, Kaveh's waiting for me or something. But if it wanted that, I think it would do the cursor at me. Excuse me. Thank you. Are you kids a part of it? No. No, I'm not interested in you. Shut up. Shut up. I'm gonna punt you. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Okay, cool.
Hello. This institution has been Please come back tomorrow if you have any... What kind of disgusting person would make money by stealing children?
Okay. Shit. I'll go to tomorrow at 8 p.m.? Yeah. I gotta wait around a minute because I set it 8 minutes too late. It's okay. There we go. I'm already here, baby.
I never would have guessed Mr. Okami was a scammer.
He only asked my family for 10,000 Laura and my dad's liver.
The training center has been shut down, and the Macher have promised to return some of our tuition. But we've already spent so much time on this class. What should we do next?
Is Kaveh going to give him his money?
Mr. Kaveh said we can keep working on our fundamentals and try to get into the academia. Easier said than done. If it was easier to get into the academia, none of us would have signed up for the class in the first place. Only the best of the best can get into the academia studying on their own. Mr. Kaveh might be willing to teach us.
Oh gosh, he would. Is Kaveh going to teach them?
Why? What reason does he have to stick around?
So, you're the only ones that showed up today, huh?
3 out of 20. Great retention numbers, Kaveh.
Huh? Kaveh's here!
Now, that's Mr. Kaveh to you. I'm here as your instructor, so let's keep things a little more proper.
He's so cute.
I'll keep instructing you for a while longer. You can pass on the message to the other students. As long as someone wants to come, they can join the class. Oh, also, I'm usually pretty busy, so I'll only be able to teach architecture fundamentals on my days off. Another disclaimer. I can't promise that you'll all be able to understand everything I'm going to teach. Architecture is not an easy profession. Aesthetics aside, even the basics of safe design can already be a handful for most people.
Remember, children, closets 36 inches deep. Hand railings, and remember the ADA.
If you want to design safe buildings, you'll have to go through a systematic study of structural engineering.
You know, at least I took 3 years of architecture classes in high school, and you know what? At least these children won't have to worry about HVAC.
And just as a heads up, all of this will be a huge step up from the superficial stuff you were learning before. It'll take both talent and perseverance to get through the course. I don't want to hear anyone say that I didn't warn you.
We'll try our best.
It seems some of you are really serious about this after all.
He's so cute. His heart's went up.
All right, everyone, pack your stuff up. No need to prepare much for today's class. We're going to go on a quick field trip. You'll know once we get there. Come on, let's get going. We'll be off once everyone's grabbed their pencils and sketch pads.
They're going to the Palace of Alcazar's-Ray, aren't they? Oh, no, it's the other direction. No. Where are we going, Kaveh? Could you imagine? Like, here, look at the building I made. Isn't it the best? It's objectively the best thing ever made. I feel a bit bad that that's both where our minds went.
Flicker.
I guess he did say a little field trip, because the Palace of Alcazar-Ray is like on the other side of the country. Oh, this is my favorite. This is my favorite dog. We gotta see Alhaitham beat someone up on it. That was a great cutscene. I loved that part of the game where I gotta watch Alhaitham beat people up.
This lighthouse has been around for a long time, and I handled its renovations when I first graduated from the academia.
I love how the textures are still loading in. Look at this, children. Look at all 12 polygons.
The point of today is not so much about the lighthouse as a building, however. I just want you to take a look at it and do a bit of self-reflection. If you were tasked today with designing a building, how would you want it to look like?
I love that the door loaded in.
Don't think about how you'd actually go about building it for now. Just put your ideas to paper and draw the prettiest building that comes to your mind.
So, it can be, any kind of building?
Yep, as long as you think it'd look good. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a building. If you want, you can draw trees, the ocean, or even a garden area.
What's the
Draw
point
whatever
of this?
you'd like.
What's the point of this exercise? Could you imagine if Kaveh turned around to you and he was like whisper yelling? He was like, "What the fuck do you think the past 2 hours of gameplay have been about? Have you paying attention at all? It's about art."
In my experience, it's best to approach the study of architecture from a point of personal interest, rather than for the sake of a career. Both the study and practice of architectural design are extremely difficult. A person who's forced to work on projects that they don't resonate with will only struggle and suffer.
Like me. Don't be a late-stage alcoholic like me.
So at least for today, I hope the students will be able to create something that they enjoy. There's no need to think about it too hard. They'll have plenty of time in the future to revisit the design and make changes. What do you think? Want to try your hand at it as well? Don't forget that this is a free class from Mr. Kaveh, the Light of the Kasharawar. On a normal day, this would cost you 300,000 mora.
Do you think he's gonna go home and Alhaitham will be like, "Hey Kaveh," and Kaveh like cuts him off and he's like, "If you want an hour of my time, the rates are 300,000 mora per hour." Oh my god, he looks so confused about my teapot. Look. He's so confused. He's like, that's not a house.
There have been many poorly written
Okay,
applications
so,
lately.
Kiwi,
I guess
I know you
I'll
don't
just
have the
to reject them
game,
all.
so yesterday we did Baiju's story quest. So 5-star characters will get things called story quests, and it's usually couple hour long quest where it's like, you basically get to follow them around and adventure with them a little bit and usually help them solve a problem and learn about them as a person. Whereas 4-star characters have thing called hangout quests. Like, these are my story quests I haven't done, and these are my hangout quests. So basically, we just did one ending, but it is a multi-stage, and how I answer or react to things will change which path and which picture I get at the end. So there's 4 more endings to go. And we gotta go back to the tavern, because it looks like that could only end one way. So, gotta go back to the tavern. Yes, so I can replay this as many times as I want, which is really, really nice. You can only do story quests one time. While it loads, I'm gonna be back in a second, guys. I'm gonna go upstairs and grab a lemonade I have, because, talking's killing my voice a little bit. No, so, the ending pictures, as long as you don't make the person pissed off enough to walk off, which you can do in some of them, the pictures don't really change. There's like 5 pictures, maybe 6 pictures you can get. And then there's branching paths on how you can get to those outcomes. The only sucky thing about it is that every 5-star has a story quest. Some of them have 2 story quests, whereas not every 4-star gets a hangout quest, which is a bit sad. Anyways, I'll be back. I gotta go get a lemonade.
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples. The scribe's work is simple, which is exactly why I took the position.
Don't you remember your adventure plans, my lady?
I am back. It's time to go look at Kaveh. I've seen some people talk about this hangout quest in a Discord server I'm in, and people have oh yeah, they updated every patch. They add more emotes into the game. Anyways, Kaveh, what was I saying? Oh, Al-Haytham shows up in Kaveh's story quest in at least one route. So I'm like, I want to find the one where he sees his boyfriend. Gotta find him. Gotta get over fast.
Taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever.
Are you alright?
Oh, hey. I wasn't expecting to run into you here. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern? Don't listen to anyone who says that drinking is an elegant pastime. It's no good for your health. So you saw all that, did you? Ugh, I thought I was in the clear. I made sure to double check that nobody I knew was around.
He's so baby.
Anyway, thanks for looking out for me. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a deal.
I don't know how to get to the Al-Haytham ending yet, because I'm finding it out. I'm gonna do all of his endings. The question is, am I going to do all of them tonight?
Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, I'll have a glass of wine. Same as last time. Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
I want juice, not the nondescript kind, because we all know it doesn't matter.
I know you're already keeping a secret from me, but if you could add this one to the list as well, I'd really appreciate it. Arguing with a client is not a good look for me. If word gets out, other potential clients might be afraid to work with me. That guy, though, what was he even going on about? All those ridiculous demands of his? He's just a blabbering fool trying to act like a know-it-all.
Kaveh seems a lot more honest after he's had some wine.
Another glass, please, boss. I'm not leaving today till someone has to carry me out.
You've got it, sir. I gotta say, though, it almost feels like you're saying that every other day now.
It really is every other day that you'd run into a client who knows nothing about construction requirements or architectural style. If this was in the past, I'd never have gone through 6 whole drafts trying to accommodate the client's preferences. But perhaps getting used to this just means that I've grown numb to it. I've worked on so many projects since graduation, and none of them have been approved at the first pass. I would spend a lot of time altering my designs, and by the time the clients were finally satisfied, all my passion and enthusiasm would be gone. It feels like I'm straying further and further from my artistic vision with every change I have to make. I suppose, though, that just sticking to your guns and completely disregarding other people's feedback would also not be a good thing. All of this makes for a real paradox, one that particularly crops up in my work, too.
Time for slurp.
In the end,
I nearly
what
said
is the true meaning of
Kaveh.
art? Should I see it as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods? Or an expression of the light of my own wisdom?
Here's your drink.
I feel like if you
How are
looked at
you already
Kaveh and you were like,
nonsense
yeah,
after just
Nahida
one
gave
glass?
that to you, he'd be
Your
a bit
tolerance
offended.
is usually much better than that.
Boss, what do you think is the meaning of art?
The meaning of art? Really, my friend, who in Sumeru understands art better than you? Anyway, I don't know about art, but I do know that I'm interested in business, and some patrons are waiting to be served. So, you'll have to excuse me for now. Just holler if you need anything.
What do you
I have to go
think,
check your Twitter now.
traveler?
Sorry, I choked on peanut. Art is something that resonates. Did I say I honestly have no idea? I hope he's like, fucking I don't know either, man. I'm gonna say this
No
one.
worries. It was just an offhand question. It's been bothering me for a while. Even when I'm awake, the question haunts me like a bad dream. I still haven't found a good answer to it. Or maybe there was never a correct answer in the first place.
Great Kaveh. Yeah, I want to do something else.
Sounds great to me. I don't even want to think about this project anymore. But what should we do? It's probably not a good idea to just drink until I pass out here.
Why did you decide to become an architect?
Where did that come from? I mean, it's not like it's some kind of secret. You probably already know some bits and pieces of my past.
So my dad died when...
My mother is also an architect. I've always adored her drawings, and when I was young, I used to sit next to her and watch her bring all kinds of buildings to life on paper. You could say my interest in architecture just naturally grew with time.
I feel like we're gonna make him negative hearts if he talks about his mom. Cause imagine if a traveler was like, why don't you talk to your mom about this? And Kaveh's like, fuck, I wish I could. And goes and cries himself to sleep.
Perhaps. In fact, I have also seen my mother argue with her clients, but she would always quickly find the motivation to return to her work. Unfortunately, I've barely had any contact with her since she remarried and moved abroad. Even if I wanted to ask her about her ability to stay positive after an argument, it would seem rude to barge into her life again over something as trivial as that.
He seems like the kind of kid that wants to sit on his parents' lap and watch them do stuff.
I did remember something else, though. When my mother left, she only carried some small personal luggage with her. She left most of the belongings in the house to me.
What house, Kaveh? Kaveh, what how are you telling me? Are you gonna say that your mom has had a house and you don't live in it for moral reasons?
At the time, she even told me that it would be great if I could learn a few lessons from her life experiences, so my life and career could go a little more smoothly. I hadn't quite come to grips with my emotions, and didn't really have it in me to go through any sentimental items, so I just packed anything with memories away in a box and haven't reopened it since. It's been a really long time. Now that so many years have passed, maybe I have finally developed the maturity I need to face those memories without losing my mind. Yeah, I should dig it out and take a look.
Do you think I can come with you? Let me into your house.
Sorry, I've had too much to drink and wasn't thinking clearly. You're right. I should do these kinds of things with the support of a friend. Speaking of that, I can call you a friend now, right?
He's a baby.
Either way, thanks for reminding me that I can invite you to come along. Had I just gone back by myself, it would have looked like I'm deliberately trying to keep things from you.
I feel like I'm gaslighting Kaveh into seeing his personal life.
Ugh, thinking too hard about the words is giving me a headache, so I'll just give it to you straight. Thanks to your advice, I have decided to put my current projects on pause for now, and spend some time trying to kindle the passion for my craft.
Why are you using your customer service voice with me?
If you want to stick around and see how this will turn out, you'll be sure to encounter some bits and pieces of my past. Do you think you'd find that too boring?
No, I love you.
All right, then let's head back together. I mean, you already know where I live.
Oh my god.
Who knew that the day would come when I too would have some friends over?
Hold on 1 second, guys. I can't be too loud, but I had to smack a pillow. I'm so fucking excited when I'm gonna go in their house.
Let me see. I should have tidied up the place before I left the house this morning. Al-Haytham shouldn't be home now either. He's usually in the records room at this time of the day.
This is literally the only thing I wanted from the hangout. I just wanted to be able to go into their house whenever
Anyway,
I wanted to.
There's no more time for drinks. I'll go take care of the bill.
Literally, this is the only thing I wanted. Go home with Kaveh. I will. It's that traveler riz, you know? Oh my god. I wish I could talk at a normal volume. But I don't want to wake people up, and it's not like I'm in my room. But oh my god, I can't explain how excited I was. I threw a pillow across the room because I got really excited, and I was gonna punch the pillow. And I did a bit of it, and I was like, I can't make too much noise punching pillows. Oh my god. Was it noisy? Timestamp 2 minutes 55. 2 hours 55 minutes past he chucks a pillow across the room, give or take, but I'm gonna be so happy. This is all I wanted. Please. Oh my god. Yes. Hold on, I gotta take a picture. I don't want GIF, I want photos.
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
Okay. I actually, in my picture, I just realized I caught Al-Haytham doing the keys pose, which makes it look like he just got home and he just realized he stole Kaveh's keys.
Al-Haytham isn't in, so feel free to sit wherever. I'll bring out the box. Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. The box is pretty dusty, which means it's already been a while since I've moved into this place. And many years since my mother moved to Fontaine.
Aww.
I'm happy for her. I hope she'll be able to find happiness there. She raised me all by herself after my father passed away. It definitely wasn't easy for her.
She raised me all by herself, but abandoning me? That was a joint
Anyway,
effort.
enough about that. Let's see
Joint
what I
effort
packed
with my
into
new
this box.
stepdad and my old dad.
What are all these things?
Are these pictures Kaveh drew? Is that a drawing?
Oh, I remember now. This is a drawing I made in Port Ormos. Obviously, I wouldn't call it anything special now, but I was less than 5 years old when I made this drawing. That's more than 20 years ago. You could say it's pretty good for a child of that age.
This means Kaveh is mid to late 20s minimum. I always imagined him like 28-ish. Like he's been out of it for a while, but like enough to have a decent career, you know? Which means Al-Haytham's like probably 26. I love that Al-Haytham's a younger
I've
one.
said that out loud. I suppose I do have some level of artistic talent, right?
You don't sound as confident as you used to be.
Criticism and self-doubt have always been a part of the artistic process. Without criticism, there can be no improvement. It's normal for me to question my abilities from time to time. I admit that I may have spent a little too long questioning myself this time around, but as you know, the heart tends to dwell on whatever it pleases. Anyway, never mind. The more I talk about it, the less confident I feel. Let's see what else we have in the box. Ah, my building blocks! It's been years since I've last seen these. When I was a kid, I used to stack them super high, and could even stabilize the tower to keep it from tumbling over.
Kaveh building block buttresses, Al-Haytham, Chad duct taping the blocks together.
Oh, and this blueprint. I made it by copying my mother's sketch, and the aspect ratio was horrendous. It's still technically the first blueprint I made myself, though. I was super proud of myself when I finished it, and put it in the same pile as my mother's sketches, hoping she'd notice and compliment me for my good work. Unfortunately, my mother didn't realize that I had put it there. When she had a meeting with a client the next day, she handed my blueprint to him by mistake. The client was completely confused by this new blueprint, but apparently he felt too tongue-tied to question such a famous architect. It was only a few days later that he finally gathered up the courage to pay my mother a visit. He asked, "The door in this blueprint is even taller than the roof. Is this supposed to be part of the design?"
And what happened after
My
that?
mother took me with her to personally apologize to the client several times. She didn't scold me about it in private, though. Instead, she went over all the steps required to draw a good blueprint, and was very patient throughout the whole process. I still remember it like it was yesterday.
Aww.
Let's see, is there anything else left in this box? Huh. What was this again?
A coat of notebook with a lock?
Ah, this is my mother's notebook. She used to write and sketch in it all the time. When I was a child, I used to be super fascinated by this notebook, and always pestered my mother to let me read it. After asking her a few times, she told me that I could read it as long as I could guess the password. Huh. Wonder why she didn't take this notebook with her. Did she leave it to me on purpose?
You could open it and take a look.
If only I could. I never managed to guess the password.
Even after all those years?
Hey, it's not a matter of time, it's a matter of inspiration. That's what we need to guess the password.
What if it's Kaveh's name?
Who knows? Maybe this time something will click in my head, and the answer will just present itself. Let me think. What could it be? I could tell what you were thinking. Don't worry, I tried all the easy guesses a long time ago.
Aww.
I've tried my name, my father's name, my mother's name, my grandparents' names on both sides, and all of our birthdays. I've tried every name and number remotely related to my family. I've even tried stuff like love you Kaveh, take care, and yours truly. I've tried every cheesy phrase and well wish in the book, but this lock has refused to budge.
Sweetie, I think your problem is you don't know how locks work, because those are all very different size codes. And this was a pin lock.
I wouldn't try that route again. I have a hunch that it won't be that simple. Also, if she really did use something like that, she'd never hear the end of it from the folks over at Haravatat if they ever found out.
What if we ask Al-Haytham? Oh gosh. What should I pick, guys? Guys, which one should I pick? Guys, I don't know what to pick. Oh, this is hard. What do you think, Kiwi? Okay.
So we could find someone who was close to my mother and see if they might know anything? I see what you're saying, but who should we talk to for that? My mother was never really the one to be social. My father was the one with more friends, but all those connections were severed when he died. Let me think.
Yeah, death kind of does that to
Is there
people.
still someone at the academia who would know my mother? Ah, actually, there is someone. Professor Zaha Hadi. Huh, you've never really heard of her? She's a famous Gasharwar scholar and leading expert in formal garden design. My mother studied under her as a student many years ago.
Cute.
Professor Zaha Hadi published many works during her career, so I was able to learn a lot by studying her essays. If there's anyone who still remembers my mom, it'd be her.
Could you imagine if the professor was like 2?
She's older now and is no longer teaching at the academia. But if I remember correctly, she spends most... Let's go take a look. We might...
Please don't teleport me out. Please don't. This is all I wanted. This... Let me into your office. I'll hate them. This is the stream from now on, guys. This is the stream. Please look at Al-Haytham's desk. He has a thick-ass book with a magnifying glass next to it. Oh my god. But desk has more books under it. The desk has more books under it. Wow, hypothetically, if you took those books out, you might have room for a person down there. How many books do you think he has? It's probably a few hundred, because he's got 3 giant bookshelves, a bookshelf desk, and then a small bookshelf, and then he just has books littering. Yeah, he just uses books as decor. He has a stack of books in the corner right here. I know that, I just know that, like, Kaveh hangs out here. I just know it. I imagine it's for transcribing really small text. So I heard in this update they added some new furniture, and some of that was this bed. Hold on, is that in the BP thing? Because I will literally... I will literally buy this. I have to I have to spend $20 because they had the bed thing. I'm literally going to buy it just for that. Anyways, here's my... He has more bookshelves here. He has more bookshelves in here. He just has a stack of books as decoration over there. And then, here's my headcanon. This is Al-Haytham's room. This leads the way of the house into Al-Haytham's room. Because look at what leads up to it. It's more books, right? Meanwhile, this leads to Kaveh's room because it has the painting he put up and a broom. And Kaveh's the only one who cleans. Okay, now that I can come in here literally, I just wanted to be able to come in here anytime. What's the... I have to go, a dear memento. Okay, I have to do a dear memento, and then I can go into the house anytime I want. I don't know how to explain how happy being able to go into this house whenever I want has made me. I see you retweeting horny kissy art while I'm playing video game 6.
What am I supposed to do now? Forget it. I'll just head back.
Tainari! Meg, I'm sorry, I just read your name on the thing. I don't know if you want me to call you that. Anyways, I don't know if I ever told you about Tainari, but this is Sino's also autistic boyfriend. And they're furries together.
Tainari, what are you doing here?
Oh, it's you. Good to finally see you again. I came into the city to buy some experiment reagents, hoping to bring them back with me to Gandharvaville. But as soon as I got here, I noticed someone banging on Cyrus's door. You've all heard of Cyrus, right? He's an ex-sage and Sino's adoptive father. I was thinking about going over to ask what's happening. That granny over there may appear old and frail, but her vocal cords certainly sound loud and healthy as ever.
Granny?
Yeah,
Granny
she's just
Karen.
over there. You can go check out the situation yourselves in a moment. Kaveh, were you at the tavern?
We had an intervention last week and you didn't even show up. Yeah, Sino's lore is really weird in that it's really secretive, and it talks about an organization called the Temple of Silence, which we hardly know anything about. Anyways, if I remember correctly, Sino's backstory is he was experimented on or something with elemental power. And then the sage for Spartamad, which is the darshan that studies elemental power, eventually adopted him as an orphan and was like, you're going to be my student now and you're going to be safe. Something like that. It's been a while.
I had a quick drink or two. Can you still smell the alcohol?
Drinking in broad daylight. Really? You want to pass out by the road and get run over by a sumpter beast like some mindless fungus, huh?
He's such a mom friend.
And you, traveler? You didn't try to stop him?
He's had a hard day.
You look like a wreck, Kaveh. What happened? Are you feeling down again?
Are you drinking to cope again?
You know what? I'm hosting a meal at Pardistii tomorrow evening. Do you want to come?
Yes, I've seen this end card we're doing that one.
Oh, I had no idea. Let me think for a moment. I'll come if I can find some time.
All right. Then I'll plan on reserving 2 seats for you. I'll be heading back to Gandharvaville for now. I have a feeling that argument over there is going to continue for quite some time. It might be best if we don't get involved.
A granny who lives nearby. Let's go take a look.
Tighnari, maybe you shouldn't get involved. Kaveh, let's go. I need... Tighnari, where'd you go? I need Kaveh to get kissed. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, there's the granny. I was like, where is she? Hold on.
My tomato. I know Cyrus is the one who picked it.
Old people drama hit different.
Ha! So, plan on keeping yourself locked in there, huh? Fine by me. If you're not going to come out, then I'm not going to leave. My tomato was growing so well, it had all the potential to become the best tomato this year, and you cut it straight from the vine.
I already told you I had nothing to do with it. Why would I take a tomato that's still weeks from ripening? You'd have to be awfully green as an investigator to think it was me.
I see where Sino gets it from. I understand now. Yeah. Are we sure it's not genetic?
You see, the word green here can refer to both the color of the tomato and the fact that your skills could use some.
Oh my gosh. It just got worse.
Enough nonsense. Just come out and face me, you coward.
You're out of your mind. If I've actually done something wrong, then get a mantra and pull me out by force, why don't you?
They're both so funny.
Oh, why you?
Professor Zahahadi?
And who are you? Oh, Kaveh. Fancy seeing you here.
Come yell at this man over tomatoes with me. Please imagine Sino getting involved again.
How long has it been? Come on, get over here and let the professor take a good look at you. Not bad, not bad. You've grown taller again.
Oh, I'm just imagining her like holding him by his cheeks and he's like leaning down to let it happen and she's like turning him over. He's like, have you gotten a girlfriend yet? A handsome man like you needs to settle down soon.
Professor, what's going on here?
It's no big deal, really. A few of us old scholars got bored in our retirement and decided to put together a vegetable growing competition. At the end, whoever loses will have to go up on stage and do a performance for the winners. Which brings us to our current predicament. My tomato was sure to win until a certain someone decided they couldn't bear to lose.
Oh my god. Whoever is his VA, please give him a raise.
Hey, don't try to defame me in front of the kids. If we're airing out each other's dirty laundry now, then why don't we talk about you sneaking into Janat's garden the other night?
Holy shit, this conspiracy runs deep. This is way more interesting than the scamming children. It's scamming in heisting tomatoes with old people.
Lucky for you, seeing these youngsters come to pay their respects today has put me in a better mood. I'll let you off the hook. For now. Come on, let's go. We'll take our conversation elsewhere. He doesn't need to be a part of it.
Yes, of course.
Can I knock on the door?
Stop trying to break down my doors, Ahadi. You know I'm not going to come out. Stop trying.
Oh. Hold on, I'm gonna do it a few more times. I just want to.
Stop trying. Stop trying. Stop trying.
5. Okay. If it's not gonna give me an achievement, it won't give me an achievement. Oh, is that a window I see? Give me the fucking tomato. Anyways, where am I supposed to go? Oh, up there. Okay.
Is Faranak still doing well?
Faranak?
Yes, as far as I know. She left for Fontaine some time ago and started a new life for herself. She's still doing work related to architecture, though.
Faranak. His mom's name is Faranak. I hope she's an NPC in Fontaine and we get to talk to her. And she has a little baby boy son and she hasn't told Kaveh about it.
Ah, yes. I did hear about that. Did that upset you at all?
No, not at all. She's already sacrificed a lot raising me as a single mother.
That's good to hear. Your mother did struggle quite a bit those few years. It's probably a good thing that she found a new place to call home. Sometimes I wonder if things were harder for her because she was so beautiful. People were always drawn to her beauty first, only to realize she had a sensitive and vulnerable heart underneath.
Which was worse, your dad abandoning you by dying horrifically, or your mom abandoning you by choice?
She was still quite young when she first joined my class as a student. Beautiful and radiant with her golden hair, yet quiet and single-minded. She seemed like a lass from some aristocratic house who was seeing the outside world for the first time.
Aww. Does he look like his mom?
She had to make a lot of drastic changes in her life to raise you on her own. Even during her time in the academia, she was a thorough perfectionist. If she was unsatisfied with something she had made, she'd insist on redoing it, even if I was perfectly happy with it.
That line, and imagine her raising a new family in Fontaine, and then looking back on this line, imagine it, think about it, redoing it because she wasn't satisfied.
She had many admirers, and they'd always fill up the first few rows of seats, hoping they could get closer to her sitting in the first row. If it were any of my other classes, you'd have found nobody sitting in the front. But every time I saw her, she was always in that same rigid pose. She'd have one hand on her forehead with the other clutching her pencil. Her eyebrows would be knitted in a frown as she concentrated on the blueprint in front of her.
I'm sure she had many difficult moments in her life. How did she cope with the stress?
I'm not too sure. She never talked about such things with me. She rarely opened up to other people, you know.
Aww.
I do remember one time, though, when she got into a heated argument with a friend. She said something I found very memorable. She said, "True art cannot be understood, but as an artist, I wish some people could understand its meaning and value."
Is she Kaveh?
If you ask me, that's probably the greatest source of pain for geniuses of their craft. It's extremely hard for them to find someone who can truly understand their ideas.
So that's how it is. I wonder if the password could be...
Understanding?
I tried both just now. Seems those aren't it either.
Well, I mean, it was confirmed that their debate is basically Kaveh's humanitarianism versus Al-Haytham's individualism. Because Al-Haytham thinks, like, he does value individualism, and he thinks people should be rewarded for good deeds sort of things, but I think he also is smart enough to recognize that the world isn't perfect, and that's why we have to write laws and stuff in the first place. So it's kind of like you will have to step on some people's toes, even inadvertently, just to live a comfortable life. And then Kaveh's like, no, I'm going to do right by every single person I know ever, and if I don't, I'll just die.
What are you trying to do?
My mother left her notebook to me, but it has a password, and I haven't figured out what it is yet. I'm trying to learn more about her so I'd have a better chance at cracking the code. Thank you for all that you told us.
It's the least I can do. Talking to youngsters like yourself makes me feel younger too. Honestly, looking at you now, I can see how much you resemble her. It's almost as if she's standing right in front of me again.
Oh my god. Kaveh passing as a woman.
Your personalities are quite alike too. You're both stubborn and both a little awkward. Of course, I'm sure the similarities are mostly superficial. But so long as you continue to harbor those traits, you'll find a lot of difficulties in your work. I've taught a lot of students over my career, and in my experience, very few genius architects of Ksharawar ever found happiness for themselves.
Oh my gosh.
They would know exactly what they want to express and fight for it tooth and nail, which inevitably led to arguments with their clients. Some clients would choose to respect the architect's vision or just let the argument go because of the architect's reputation, but those are the rare ones. When Farnak first graduated, she was getting into arguments with her clients nearly every single day. I think it only got a little better when she met your father.
I see. But could he understand the designs my mother made?
No, I think they were probably beyond him, too. But despite that, he still stayed next to her, listening to her joys and sharing in her sorrows.
They don't have to understand each other, they just have to love each other. And that's Al-Haytham and Kaveh. They don't understand each other necessarily because they have different worldviews, but they stand by each other, and I'm gonna... Oh my god, the parallels.
Farnak had many admirers, but she ended up choosing your father. His support probably played a part in that decision.
Hold on, I got a message, Goopy. Sorry, I've been texting Goopy every time I remember something gay about Al-Haytham and Kaveh.
So instead of understanding, perhaps all we need is just companionship.
Maybe that's what she's trying to tell you?
It worked!
Oh my god. This is so gay. Guys, this is so queer. They're so fruity. They're part of the Skittles squad.
Oh, was that the right password?
Yes!
Then you should be on your way, child. find a quiet place and see what she wanted to say to you. Being the awkward person that she is, I suppose there were many things that Faranet could never say out loud. Instead, she probably left them in her diary, hoping that they would make their way to you one day. If you're ever in a mood to chat again, just come and find me here. You're always welcome to discuss architecture topics with me as well.
Thank you so much, Professor.
There's no need to be so formal. I'll let you kids go. It's time for me to take another stroll around the vegetable garden.
I wonder what my mother could have written about.
They all say Zaha Hadid's class is the toughest, but I think it's actually not too bad. On the other hand, though, structural mechanics is definitely a pain, no matter how you try to approach it. I doubled down and managed to get through it in the end.
This is... I don't know how to talk, guys.
I met someone special. At first, I didn't think much of him. But now, I feel very happy whenever I get to spend time with him.
Could you imagine if Kaveh was like, oh, this description of my dad reminds me of... No, never mind. How could I think such a thing? Could you imagine that? Could you imagine if Mihoyo right here, right now, was just like, yeah, Kaveh's parents are a mirror to Kaveh and Alhaitham, actually.
We decided to name our son Kaveh. I don't think a younger me would have ever imagined forming such an intimate bond with another person. Back then, I lived only in the shadow of myself, as well as that of the dream in my heart.
I wish they would. They probably won't, because keep in mind, making queer media in China is actually a crime you can go to jail for. And Mihoyo's already been sued for it, if I remember correctly, and they had to take down a bunch of queer content they made for an old game.
The bad news came. And even though it's been several days now, I still can't bring myself to come to terms with what happened. My eyes are so swollen it's hard to see. What if they're all lying to me? And this is just a long, cruel dream.
Wow.
But I have to face reality. I still have someone to take care of. No matter what happens, I'll do my best to raise my son on my own.
Huh? Is this a drawing? Seems like it was done by my mother.
Is that Kaveh's dad? Is that... If that guy looks like Tainari... Are these their dads? Were their parents all friends? Is that Alhaitham's dad? Because I'm pretty sure Alhaitham's dad was in Haravatat.
This blonde man was probably my father. But who are the other people in the picture? Huh? Why do a few of them look somewhat familiar?
Yeah, they do seem familiar. It must be his adopted dad.
The dates in the notebook, she probably drew this more than 30 years ago. I hadn't even been born
We
yet.
haven't seen what Cyrus looks like, I think.
Maybe we were thinking too much. Oh! There are a few lines written in the diary about this as well.
The one who invited us to the gathering is a talkative woman. Including us, 3 couples showed up. There was also a person who came alone. The talkative woman introduced everyone to each other. She spoke really quickly, so I couldn't quite catch everything she said. But I also didn't feel like asking her to repeat herself. My husband seems to be friends with the man with long ears. I couldn't really join their conversation, so I've resigned myself to sitting in a corner and drawing in my notebook. I don't think I'd be able to become friends with any of these people. Especially that stiff-looking couple.
They're just the stiff-looking couple is Al-Haytham's parents. For sure. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna throw up from laughing.
That man is certainly very handsome, but he would constantly alternate between disjointed and serious ways of talking. His wife is a bit more bearable.
Is that? Oh my god. That has to be Al-Haytham's dad.
We were not acquainted with each other to begin with, and I doubt we'll see each other again after this gathering. The ambiance of this gathering is surprisingly pleasant, however. Talking to people can allow us to find some peace after a long day.
Please imagine her, Kaveh and Al-Haytham going to Fontaine, and Kaveh's mom is just like, oh? Because she recognizes Al-Haytham from somewhere, but she doesn't know how.
Maybe my son will also partake in these gatherings in the future. I hope he'll be able to make many friends.
Who would have thought my mother used to attend that kind of thing? It seems she was only good at talking about her own work, and found it difficult to join into other conversations. As a result, she often kept to herself and would be off to the side, drawing. There's more written on the back. Oh, it seems like it was written to me.
Kaveh, I was both overjoyed and distressed when I learned of your decision to continue your studies in Kasharwar. You are very talented, and I am confident that you will become an architect of much acclaim. However, the more talented you are as an artist, the more misery and anguish you may encounter.
I feel so bad for making angsty headcanons about Kaveh's mom abandoning him now, because she sounds really sweet, actually.
No one will be able to help you during your journey as an artist. But outside of your life as a creator, you can learn to form connections with other people and enjoy many other things in life. It's the only way to alleviate your suffering. Whenever you feel down, seek out a friend to sit and have a chat. You can accumulate joy and fulfillment by spending time with them. The positive feelings you gain will get you through the long and difficult years. Never forget that companionship is the most important thing of all.
I'm sorry for not talking much. It's just I'm feeling the feels right now.
That's the answer she prepared for me. She really thought long and hard about me and my future. Well, now that I've read her words, do you think I should accept Tainari's invite and attend that dinner at Pardis Di?
Wait, you were actually considering not going?
The thought definitely crossed my mind. Although it'd be nice to get together with friends and chat the night away, I don't want to bring down other people's moods because I'm sad.
Kaveh, your mom literally just taught us a lesson about the power of friendship.
Besides, don't most people hate the feeling of seeing their friends troubled and being unable to help? And what's worse, nearly all of my problems can't be easily resolved with some encouraging words or gesture. And don't forget, I'm also older than all of them. As their senior, I should appear to be a bit more responsible.
Oh my gosh. Kaveh's the oldest. Kaveh's the oldest out of all of them. I think Al-Haytham's the baby of the group, because Sino is confirmed older than Tainari. So that just leaves the question of, is Al-Haytham the second youngest or the youngest? But I think he should be the youngest. I think Al-Haytham should be the baby of the group, but he's like the tallest and the most ripped. It's normal for friends to take care of each other.
You're not wrong, but I keep feeling like I haven't really helped them much in return.
Kaveh. It's always fun to have you around, Kaveh.
Wait, do you mean it? You're not making fun of me, are you?
Kaveh!
I've gotten so used to sarcasm that I can't tell what's genuinely a compliment anymore. Wait, by fun, Did you mean... You know what? I'm not going to overthink it. I'll see you tomorrow at Paradis DI.
I want to eat him encouragingly. Oh my god, she's back.
Maybe I'll pay a little visit to Cyrus's vegetable garden.
Oh my gosh, what's going on here?
We'll see how long you can stay cooped up in there.
Oh my gosh. Can I go investigate her vegetable garden?
We'll see how long you can stay cooped up in there.
That's so loud, I walked away. Okay. Wait, what time? 16 the following day, so I gotta go tomorrow around this time.
There have been many poorly written...
Kaveh is so cute. I can't believe all their parents met, you know? Like... Talk about fate, you know? I really love that. That's a good bit of lore. Nothing. Okay. Can I do anyone from here? Hi, Tingari. Hi, Sino.
I see everything.
Once dinner's over, I'll tell them the joke I came up with yesterday.
He sounds so preemptively proud.
We'll need to put our heads together about Kale's studies.
Is Kaveh already here? Did I miss him? No, I don't think I did. Oh, I never know how close I can get with these things.
Al-Haytham also got my invite, right? Will he be coming to join us?
No idea.
That guy? He's never been a fan of social gatherings. I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you.
Are you sure? All right then. I guess we won't wait for him.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, maybe we should give him a little more time. We can keep chatting for a while longer.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Kaveh, he won't come. He's an asocial, horrid person. Also, Kaveh, why don't we wait 5 more minutes, guys?
Oh, sure.
You still haven't told me, what's the occasion for getting us together here at Paradis DI?
We're celebrating the end of the first phase of Kale's studies. I wanted to thank you all for the help you've given her along the way.
Al-Haytham has helped Kale study?
Then where's Kale?
She said she wanted to show everyone a bit of what she's learned, so she's still doing some last-minute prep at home. She'll be here shortly. Anyway, let's get started. To tell you the truth, I'm actually not so confident that the second phase will go as well as the first. The curriculum will become a lot more involved, and I'm worried that she won't be able to get through all of it. I was hoping we could brainstorm about it together before she gets here.
Look, Tainari made fruit spears. Sorry.
I knew this wouldn't be just a simple free dinner. Is that why you also invited Alhaitham?
Yes. I thought it would be good if we could all put our heads together about this. Anyway, let's take a quick trip down memory lane. What did you guys do when you ran into a problem that you didn't know how to solve? Or got assigned a project that you knew you weren't going to finish on time?
Cried and then got it finished on time
Never
anyways.
happened to me.
I feel so bad. I'm trying not to be loud. They keep catching me off guard, and I keep spitting almonds everywhere.
I'd just pull another all-nighter.
Yeah, that's me. That's me at Kaveh.
You two are hopeless. Does anyone have a more useful answer to the question?
Perhaps you could adjust the pace of a curriculum?
Ooh, that's a good point. Confidence is the most important thing. Once you lose your sense of confidence, it'll become all but impossible to find the motivation to study.
This could be a potential direction. I have already redesigned the literacy curriculum, and I was originally hoping to ask Alhaitham for his opinion.
It's very simple. Instead of focusing on the amount of material you would like to teach, focus on the amount the student would be able to remember.
So I had to hit myself because my husband's here. I hurt my hand, guys. Look at his eyes. They're so layered. Look at how layered they are. X, take a screenshot. It's my stream. You're my screenshot bot. Why are you blinking so much? Okay.
Wow, you actually showed up. I could probably count the number of times you've actually come to gatherings like this on just one hand.
Kaveh, stop. Either stop or make out right now.
It's still more than the number of times you've managed to get a proposal approved on the first try.
Alhaitham, he's already dead. Alhaitham, he's already had a bad day. You don't need to.
As long as you're still aware. So, what made the difference this time? Are you looking to drink your sorrows away with some friends?
I think that's you, Kaveh. Kaveh, I think you're projecting.
That's your purpose for being here, not mine. Don't project your ways of thinking onto me.
Oh, God, I feel. Oh my! I called it. I'm lightheaded. Oh my God! I'm really lightheaded from that. I don't know if you heard how hard I was wheezing. Oh my God. Fuck. Okay. Glad to know you could hear me dying. Thanks for not calling the paramedics.
So you're saying the only reason you came is to help Tainari with his brainstorming?
Imagine if Alhaitham's like, no, I came for the fruit skewers.
Precisely. Kaveh will have a long road in front of her.
He's so cute, he's helping. He's so cute.
Hey, just to get one thing clear. Even if Kaveh manages to make her way to the academia, we cannot let her enroll in her avatat. Kasharawar is obviously the best choice for her. She's been a trainee forest ranger for so long, she'll definitely be good with her hands.
Guys, guys, I just know Sino and Tainari are gonna be like, bitch, what the fuck did you just say? Oh my god.
What are you saying? Spontamod is the better choice. It's where I graduated from, after all.
I spit up a little bit earlier. I'm wiping it off my face. I'm sorry.
Then what about Amorta? That's the Darshan her master actually graduated from.
The idea of Sino, who is adopted from a Spontamod sage, and then also Sino, who's not actually blood related to Kale, being like, it's in her blood to be in Spontanod.
There are only 2 other Darshans left. We might as well select all of them on her enrollment application.
Her parents really just went, we're gonna enroll her in every class, actually.
I'm trying to have a serious discussion here. Traveler, you aren't associated with any of the 6 Darshans. In your opinion, which Darshan would be the best choice for Kale?
I think she should get through her second phase of her studies first.
Well said.
Sino, like, the better thing you could have said was my Darshan.
Agreed. And my goal in inviting you here was to gather some thoughts on the execution of this second phase.
Phase 2 far exceeds Phase 1 in both curriculum complexity and the speed of instruction. I hope Kale has prepared herself for what is coming.
I had no idea that Al-Haytham cared about Kale so much. It is so... Okay, hear me out. Sino and Tainari, I get them acting like parents. They've been basically fan-in parents for Kale since before the game came out. Well, Sino at least. Kaveh, he's a bleeding heart, so I completely understand him, like, immediately wanting to help Kale in anything. But Al-Haytham, he hardly knows Kale. He only became friends with Sino, as far as I know, he only became friends with Sino during the Archon quest about 8 months ago, 7 months ago, maybe even 6 months ago. So, yeah, it would have been about 7 months ago. So he's only been friends with Sino for like 7 months, and he's already like, I'm going to adopt their surrogate daughter also. I'm going to be the godfather.
Hey, what are you thinking now? Please don't tell me you're planning on lending her those abstruse books from your home library.
It's so cute how much he cares about them. Anyone who tries to look me in the eyes and said Al-Haytham doesn't care about people doesn't fucking know how to read. Al-Haytham totally cares about people. He just doesn't care about going out of his way to make those initial connections. But when they happen, he does stuff like this.
Actually, I was thinking about lending her a professions guide.
I'll make sure to write, "Don't become an architect" on the front page of that.
Kaveh, she should join Kashara, or also Kaveh, don't become an architect. But don't you love your job, Kaveh?
You're right, I can't deny that.
Oh my god, he's so cute.
Is there another phase after Phase 2? What's the ultimate goal of all of this? Are we trying to prepare her for a job in the academia?
We don't need to think that far ahead. Hold that thought, though. I think my vegetables are done.
I'm telling you, that client had no idea what he was talking about. No matter what I did, he had something bad to say about it.
Shut up, shut up, look at him, shut up, shut up. Shut up, look at him. Let's take a screenshot of this. Kaveh sure gets drunk fast. Confirmed lightweight Kaveh. Oh my god. You know, You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of that trend where it's like drawing your baby girls in anguish, and it's like that one post where they're like tearing out their hair and kneeling on the floor and crying and bawling. This is it. This is the pose.
Have you considered finding another client?
Thank you, Tainari.
Ah, they're all the same. I haven't had a good night's sleep for months now. Who do they think they are, ordering me to alter my design over and over again just because they have some Mora?
God, the way he slurs his words.
It's too late now to change careers. You might as well try to find some joy in the pain.
Al-Haytham, you're already 28. You're basically dirt. You might as well just become a masochist. You're never going to get another job ever. It's too late to go back to school, Kaveh. You don't qualify.
Besides, you'll be getting up in the middle of the night to make edits to your own design even when the client doesn't request it.
I know. I hear it. Because every time you go to get water from a fridge, you have to walk past my room.
No. That's not true.
Oh my god. Oh my god. The way he said that. The way he said it. He's not a top. He's not. Every time I play the game, I become more of a high Kaveh fan. Which is such a shame, because I really love Kavetham.
Cheer up, Kaveh. I'll tell you a new joke.
We'll save that for the end, Sino. You can keep it to yourself until then.
Sino just for like props Madsen emoji.
Whatever. I'm not going to use my brain anymore. Let's drink tonight to our heart's content.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at them. They're even sitting like it's a double date. Like if you erase the Traveler and Kale in the back, it just looks like a double date. Sino Brothers fucking TCG cards. They're on the table. You can see them. The way Al-Haytham is sitting versus the way Kaveh is sitting, where Kaveh has like his weight on the table because he's already drunk, and Al-Haytham is just like perfectly sober but still debating with him.
Yeah.
Oh my god. What's this about? Oh, it's 2 AM, I guess. What's Kaveh's special dish? Oh my god. Kaveh. Kaveh's specialty, the golden crest of the biscuit, is arranged to resemble the palace of Alcazar, and the meal rises like a tower from a pure white pond of yogurt sauce. Though the creator of the dish has placed a monumental amount of effort in its creation, he seems to have missed the fact that all the biscuits must be broken during the process of consumption. This man... Okay, what else can I do? Okay, time to go back to their house for... Although, hold on. We're gonna take a detour before we go. This reminds me of a line Al Haytham has, and I'll show it to you when I'm out of a loading screen. Where at first I thought Al Haytham was just being silly, but now I see that he's actually vague tweeting Kaveh in this voice line. Okay, hold on real quick, the voice line.
Taste supersedes presentation, else you risk overcomplicating the purpose of food. I think this is simple enough to understand.
Al Haytham, I think this is simple enough to understand. Looks at Kaveh. How are people so fast? Jesus Christ. Anyways, I took a bunch of stuff out, so don't judge it too hard. Anyways, I'm changing the photo. Anyways, that's all I wanted to do. I have to fix my house. I kind of destroyed it a little bit last time you guys were, on stream, and I haven't gotten around to fixing it yet. Something I will say is the home design mechanic is so much easier on Tem's computer. It sucks doing it on controller. You can just be so much more precise.
This realm is...
Okay. That's it. Hi, Nahida.
If you ever have...
Mwah. Mwah. Okay, now I go back to watching Kaveh suffer. At work. I could go back in their house. I'm so happy they let us go in the house permanently. Cause like honestly, I get so happy about it every time. I've been in that house 3 times now, and each time I'll spend at least like 10 minutes in there looking around. The first time I was in there, I didn't even want to leave, so I kept logging out and logging back in just to collect my dailies, and then I would leave because I didn't want to leave Al Haytham's house because I was so happy. Okay, so heads up, we went back to the part where we're gonna look through a memory box in Kaveh's room. The door hasn't rendered, but here we are. Yeah.
Alhaitham isn't in, so feel free to sit wherever. I'll bring out the box.
Wow. I might just skip through the parts we've already seen.
Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. I'm happy for her. I hope she'll be able to find happiness there. Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box. What are all these things?
Drawing.
Oh, I remember now. This is a drawing I made in Port Ormos.
Yeah, I'm getting a little tired too, so I want to get
Obviously, I
one
wouldn't call
more
it anything
picture, then I'm
special
gonna
now,
call it a night.
But I was less than 5 years old when I made this drawing. That's more than 20 years ago. Now that I've said that out loud, criticism and self-doubt, I admit that I may have... Anyway, my building blocks. Oh.
Yeah, sorry, I'm skipping through the stuff we went to.
Unfortunately, it was only a few days later that my mother took me with her. She didn't scold me about it. Let's see. Is there anything else left in this box? Huh. What was this? This is my mother's note. When I was a child, I used to be... Wonder why she didn't... If only I could. Hey, it's not a matter of time. Who knows? Maybe this time something will click in my head. And I could tell what you were thinking. Don't worry. I've tried my name. I've even tried stuff like Love You Kaveh, Take Care, and Yours Truly. I wouldn't try that route again. I have a hunch that it won't be that simple. Also, if she really did...
Maybe we should just put it aside for now.
Yeah, you're right. Although I was hoping to find some words of wisdom from my mother. Everyone's life journey is different. Traveler, you've visited many lands and met many people, so I'm sure you've run into situations where some advice wasn't exactly suitable for the situation at hand.
I read it, and that's why I pressed confirm. Basically, all he was saying, if you didn't catch it, was, I was hoping to get some words of advice from my mother, but who knows, she might not even have, said the words I needed to hear right now, basically.
I just got an idea, though. If I want to rekindle the creative passion that I had before, instead of trying to unlock an old notebook, why don't I take a walk around the parts of town that had changed my life?
That's so cute.
What do you think?
Sounds good
I'm
to me.
glad you agree. Then let's start by taking a quick stroll around the academia.
I like to think they put all the fruit out. Like, he cut it himself, and he was so proud that he's contributing. And he's like, it's perfect feng shui for guests. And Alhaitham's like, I don't want any guests. And Kaveh's like, you motherfucker. He's like, this is where Alhaitham and I had our first kiss. This is where we held hands for the first time. He takes us to a back alley behind the academia, and he's like, and there's like a cherry tree under there, and he's like, here's where I confessed to Alhaitham for the first time. Okay, go to the house of Dana. Oh, okay. This is a very pretty building. I wish it was bigger though, because it's so pretty on the inside. This is the academia, and I really love the architecture in it, and I wish they had made it bigger. Hold on, give it a second. Some of the textures are still a bit iffy. But isn't it so pretty? Like, look at it. Yeah, then there's all the different Darshan doors. I just noticed that detail, actually. It's so gorgeous. It's based off the real architecture, too, because Sumeru is based off of the Islamic Golden Age, so... Actually, I heard someone say that Kaveh's constellations are all named after real-world, Islam... Is he... I can't remember if it's Islamic or Persian, architectural wonders. But, like, yeah, look at the marble. You can see the marble shine. Oh, cool. Telling me to walk around and just jump.
Of all the places in the academia, I remember this one most. When my studies got busy, I used to pull all-nighters here trying to finish my blueprints.
You sound like you almost miss it.
Who doesn't miss their time at the academia? Life was a lot simpler then, and we all had far less troubles. I created many designs that I thought were beautiful in the House of Dana. I drew whatever came to mind, since I didn't have to care about budget constraints or turning them into reality.
Why did you like to draw in the House of Dana?
If I had to give a reason, it'd probably be because I like the ambiance here. The academia also had a rule that allowed scholars to annotate any physical books they came across. As a result, the books here are chock full of scholars' wisdom across many generations.
That's so cute. Shut up, shut up. We're on a date right now. Shut up. Let me switch back to Al Haytham, actually, please.
Oh, here, this is a great example. This book, History of Ancient Sumeru Architecture, contains some analysis that I did many years ago. Huh? Why is Al Haytham's handwriting also in here? When did he ever read this book?
Is Al Haytham?
I guess it's probably from when we worked on that research project together. Anyway, he probably never cared to tell you this, but the House of Dana is where Al Haytham and I first met. I came here to do my homework and saw him sitting by himself next to that row of bookshelves. A group of Haravatat scholars were chatting near him, but he looked as if he was too lazy to join them. There was a pretty stark difference between him and all the rest of them. It was my fault for feeling bad for him. I thought he must have gotten into some kind of trouble and went over to ask if he needed anything, not realizing that...
Not realizing that you were in fact the one in a whole heap of trouble?
Where?
Al Haytham? Why are you here?
The House of Dana is a public space. Anyone can come here, no?
Sorry, I get really excited when I think about him. I don't know what those noises I made were, but it will happen again. When Al Haytham's rerun in Kaveh's story hangout got announced, I literally was so overstimulated, because I was already overstimulated before the trailers came out. I was like literally crying like 5 minutes before because I was thinking about how much I love them and I was so overstimulated. And then I watched a live stream where Kaveh and Al Haytham got announced with stuff, and I had to stop watching because I got so excited I became physically ill, and these anime boys got a grip on my soul.
But shouldn't you be at the records room at this hour? You're not here to watch me make a fool of myself, are you?
Why do you know his schedule so intimately?
You think I would derive amusement from watching you fall into depression over your life's various troubles? If that's the case,
Then I suppose I must have been entertaining myself for years.
Oh my gosh, how Al Haytham means it. If I actually enjoyed that, I would have found it everything that happened bad to you over the years amusing, instead of how tragic it actually was. How Kaveh is going to hear it. You were I was making fun of you the entire time. Ha 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 ha. I'm right and have a big dick.
I came here to pick up a few files. If your voice hadn't managed to get through my soundproof earpieces, I probably wouldn't have noticed you.
Oh gosh, I know this stream is 4 hours long, but I think it'd be so funny to go back and just record all the noises I made.
All right. I admit I was probably overreacting just now.
I don't want to know what happened next.
Probably not when he's right here with us. As his senior, I shouldn't try to tarnish his reputation.
Oh my god. Did you guys kiss in the library or something? And Kaveh's like, I don't want to tell that part. And Al Haytham's like, I'll tell that part. So it happened right here. in this stain on the lower bookshelf.
There was nothing embarrassing or shameful about it. When I was still a student at the academia, I once collaborated with Kaveh on a research project. A collaboration is usually beneficial for all parties, but due to issues with our personalities, we ended up going our separate ways before completing the project.
Sorry, I'm just watching his tits as he breathes.
We had a number of differences, and they remain unresolved even today. But there's no point going into that right now.
Did you make out before you broke up?
The more important question is, why are you at the house of Dana?
Kaveh's feeling a little uh-oh.
As a senior scholar, isn't it my responsibility to offer my friend a quick tour and explanation of the academia's architecture?
Please imagine if the Al Haytham pulls a "they were my friend first" card.
I see. Then let me guess. Your next stop will be the pavilions around Roseanne Garden?
Oh,
our famed architect sure loves showing off that corner to all his friends.
They know each other too well. Kaveh knows his schedule and routine down pat, and Al Haytham knows all of Kaveh's, party tricks. Because he talks about all the places he admires so much, and Al Haytham remembers. Because I don't imagine Kaveh gives a lot of tours, because considering how hesitant he was to go to a social outing, I don't think Kaveh has many friends.
Oh, and Kaveh, a lot of the books you annotated have been moved to the innermost section of that bookshelf over there. You'll have to dig them out yourself if you need to find them.
Al Haytham, did you read and annotate every book that Kaveh read and annotated?
Huh? But why would you know that? Don't tell me you finally had an epiphany and realized that there's great virtue in respecting your elders' work.
Sure, if that will give you some self-confidence.
The way he said sure. Oh my god.
Leave any words of thanks you may have to the ex-Grand Conservator. The last time he was here, he was complaining that he had received reports from current students. The main grievance being that the annotations are too long and difficult to read.
How bad is Kaveh's handwriting?
As a result, the books you annotated have been moved to the back shelves.
Oh my god.
What? But all of my annotations were extremely important. Instead of reporting me, they should have been thanking me for my service. The notes that I took, they couldn't have asked for a better analysis of those books.
Oh my god.
Okay, just you wait. I'm going to fix this right now. I'll dig all the books out and return them to the proper shelves.
Kaveh.
Oh, we'll wait.
My leg cramps. I'll hate them laughed and it made my leg cramp. It was so real. That was so much more than a heh. That was like a proper small that was a proper like little chuckle. That was genuine. I'll hate them thinks this is so cute right now. Reading is about all we can do.
Anyway, you were about to say he's feeling a bit down?
Pajamas on at 2 a.m. Hey, I gotta be honest right now. I'm just staring at your titties. If you guys have not heard that TikTok audio, then that's gonna be weird out of context. He was put through the ringer recently by a particularly difficult client.
Put through the ringer. What an interesting phrase. I assume he used those exact words himself.
It doesn't seem far from the truth, though.
He probably did suffer quite a bit, that's true. He always spends a lot of time editing his proposals, with the goal of satisfying as many of the client's preferences as possible. But the satisfaction of one client will not translate to general satisfaction with his work. Many problems in life can only be solved by a fundamental change of attitude. As the leading genius of Kshahrewar, Kaveh should have both the right and the confidence to reject any unreasonable demands.
Kiss. You called him a genius. He should kiss.
There are plenty of architects in Sumeru who are inferior to him in skill, yet far more irascible in temperament. What's more, there are plenty of people who look up to such individuals as paragons of staying true to one's principles.
So the problem with Kaveh is
clearly his predicament is inevitable, since he holds other people's feelings as more important than his own.
I'm gonna cry. I'm so glad they had Al-Haytham spell out what he thinks is wrong with Kaveh, because so many people don't know how to fucking read. And this is not like a malicious viewpoint at all, because when it's not really explained, you don't know Al-Haytham very well, you could see it as something being malicious, but this isn't a malicious viewpoint, you know? It's just kind of, it really is just differing viewpoints on how the world works, and how the world should work.
Of course, each person is different, and we should respect the paths that they have chosen for themselves.
God. You should kiss.
Admonitions will serve no purpose. People tend to succumb to familiar pitfalls, and this is especially true for those who believe it's their duty to carry more burdens on their shoulders.
Like Kaveh does. He's so cute.
Looks like you were having an enjoyable chat while I was gone. Were you talking about me by any chance?
Yes.
What do you think?
What else is there to talk about? Surely no one would be interested in talking about the files that you were browsing through earlier.
Al-Haytham, I thought they were interesting.
Anyway, you should take a look at this. Look at this comment on page 82. Dear Kaveh, thank you so much for annotating this book in such detail. It was a great help to me.
Oh my god.
See that? Now that's how a student should treat their seniors.
Kaveh going to his husband, who's 2 years younger than him, and pointing at a piece of paper. Why don't you praise me like this? And the husband was like, oh, you want me to praise you in public now? And then Kaveh gets flustered, but he gains another heart.
And it looks like you're already in a much better mood now. It really doesn't take much to make you happy, huh?
Aww.
Me happy? I'm mocking that retired blockhead for being so full of himself. He understands nothing about the true beauty of architecture. When I can find some time, I'll have a serious talk with him about making sure these books are put where they belong.
Why don't you just move all the books yourself? It's not like he hasn't cursed you out before. What was that nickname he gave you while you were in the academia? The Urchin of Kshahrewar?
That's what Kaveh's nickname used to be?
Kaveh had a habit of scribbling and writing in all kinds of books.
Hey! You didn't need to bring that up. At least not when I'm still standing here. Oh, actually, I also found a really old sketch in one of the books over there. See? Doesn't it remind you of something?
This is the bridge Al-Haytham and I first kissed at.
Huh? Don't tell me even you don't get it.
Don't ask me. This is the time you specifically put aside to brag about yourself. Feel free to hoard all the spotlight you want.
I'll hate them in the most condescending way possible. Please don't talk to me. I don't want to talk right now. I'm eepy.
You? In that case, allow me to explain. Although this sketch is a little abstract, you can plainly see from the road plans that this was an original concept for the expansion of Port Ormos.
We can also plainly see that the designer was a huge fan of this project. It's the project he loves to talk about the most, second to the Palace of Alcazarzaray.
Why are they like this? Oh my... I'm lightheaded again, guys. Oh my god. Kaveh, like, proudly talking about these buildings as if they're his babies. Oh my gosh. That's why he was so offended when Al-Haytham didn't recognize it. I'm not even the person with asthma, that's Tem. Oh my gosh.
If I don't keep bringing up the neat projects that I've done, how would anyone know that I was the one who did them in the first place?
Oh my gosh. Al-Haytham and Kaveh, just kiss. I need you to kiss on screen right now,
There shouldn't
actually.
be any complaints about Port Ormos. If I remember correctly, the construction process was very smooth. Everything was made ready ahead of time, and there were very few safety concerns.
God, that's why the bridge fucking looks like that.
There are indeed no records of any complaints about this project. A most impressive achievement.
Does this mean Al-Haytham, like, checks Kaveh's Yelp reviews?
See? What did I tell you?
Are you guys gonna make out now?
Come on, let's take a stroll through Port Ormos next. I'll tell you all about the designs I made for the place.
Please, please, Al-Haytham, please come. Are you going to come to Al-Haytham?
No need. It's almost time to clock out for the day, and I don't intend on bringing any unfinished work home.
Oh my god.
Suit yourself. It's not like you know how to appreciate artistry anyway. Let's go, traveler. I'll take you to Port Ormos.
I'm so disappointed. No, I was hoping Al-Haytham would still be here. Oh. Hold on. Kaveh added books to the library. Hold on. The almanac contains information on all kinds of avian species in the Vidia forest with notes on their natural behavior and conservation status. A number of corrections have been made to the list of figures, judging from their handwriting, but it must have been pretty recent. Read Evolution. Is that Tainari and then Al-Haytham did this one? A brand new volume. Seems very few people have been interested in reading it. There are almost no annotation of the books, but the daring speculation made by the original author has been unceremoniously crossed out by a reader. Oh my god. Al-Haytham, is that you? It's the evolution of ancient literature. Al-Haytham, what did they say that you just crossed the book out? Al-Haytham, what did they say that was so incorrect? You crossed out the page. Graphical illustrations of ancient architecture. Upon opening this book, you are greeted by a series of beautiful illustrations. Next to the lovely images are notes in equally gorgeous handwriting. The commentary is extremely thorough and appears to be even more professional than the book's original contents. So that was Kaveh's notes. That was Kaveh's notes. Al-Haytham's notes was just blackout ink for you. And then this must have been Tainari. I got an achievement for that, which is find the annotated books in the House of Dea. There's usually 1 to 2 achievements hidden, and then there's achievements for... There's an achievement for finishing it all. What did I get here? Okay. My throat hurts, guys, from Kaveh, and Alhaitham just making me wheeze so much and cough so much. That, like, my throat genuinely hurts. I don't quite get what you mean, Ix. Sorry. Did it say I beat a boss? I don't remember fighting a boss today. I don't quite get what that's about. Yeah, it took me a second.
Port Ormos.
Did you design one of the buildings here?
No, I didn't design any one specific building. Most of my work here concerned structural renovation.
This is so pretty. I would love if a polygon's loaded.
Port Ormos had already existed since I was still a young child. It wasn't as large as it is now, though. It only came to its current size after a sizable expansion.
God damn it, this is just like the fic that I sent UX. Where Kaveh moved to Port Ormos in the middle of the fic to work on an expansion.
The arch bridge over there, for example. That was one of my designs.
You mean the bridge we're standing on? How'd you come up with the idea for it?
When I was first tasked with the project, I decided to reference the growth patterns of nearby trees to split Port Ormos into 2 levels. My goal was to improve the overall utilization of space. We ran into a lot of issues during construction, but thankfully, we were still able to achieve the original vision. Residents can now behold all the ships entering and leaving the harbor from the vantage point of the bridge, while visitors can recognize the site of Port Ormos from a long ways away.
Can you make the bridge on the ground too? Because I actually hate... I hate how high...
The trade back then, I could hardly become reality and remain in the world for many years to come. The true cornerstone of the creative process. The point about the design that will be ultimately used to judge its true worth. It was the first time that it became crystal clear in my mind. Once built, a building will continue to stand. Countless people will see it, and countless more will step inside it. Its final worth, whether it's good or bad, will be assessed by the countless generations of people that interact with the building during their lives.
Bro, I don't have much to say. I think it's pretty cool. Oh gosh, I don't know which one to say. Should I say it's pretty cool? Excusez-moi. Okay.
You think so?
Oh,
I'm glad to hear that.
Oh my
but
god.
Even with this project, I still had one small
He
regret.
gains 2 hearts instantly.
My budget was tight, and I was unable to use the higher quality timber I had originally intended for the design. I knew that some concessions on aesthetics would be needed as soon as I agreed to a proposal that prioritized the practical functions of the project. Us creative types know better than anyone that most projects cannot be completed without a few regrets. Even the Palace of Alcazar's was not perfect.
But having no regrets would also mean you have no higher hopes for the future.
Yeah, you're right. I should learn to look toward future opportunities and believe that any regrets I have can be overcome in time. We've spent long enough here. There's still one last place I want to go, but it's a little far. Would you be interested in a quick trip to the desert? Great. Most of my projects over the last few years have had something to do with the desert. Partially because there's a special place there that I often visit.
Jesus fuck, Moss's pick is so on the money. Are they a Kaveh psychic? That's so.
This is a rare
I'm sorry,
opportunity,
I don't
so
know
why don't you
Moss's
come along and
pronouns.
see it for yourself?
I could check right now.
If you ever feel down,
but I don't
maybe
feel
you'll be
like
able
it.
to go there and feel better too.
It's so cute how he does a little snap when he's like really happy. That's his like happy pose. Imagine him being like, here's where I met my husband, here's where my first major success was, here's where my dad died. Oh. Kaveh, why this one? I want to eat your face, Kaveh.
Constructs could have congregated here while I was gone.
I will
Won't
beat
be
them
able
up
to
for
sit and talk
you.
peacefully with these guys around. Let's clear the area.
Sweet, sweet baby boy, I'm gonna have your boyfriend do all the work.
Here you are. Deflect. Isn't this place great? I often come here to clear my mind when I'm dealing with a difficult situation.
Kai, why do you go to the other side of the country? Okay.
You know what I mean. Everyone finds themselves in frustrating situations once in a while.
There's like a tumbleweed rotating behind Kaveh.
Just take me as an example. My family life got shaken up quite a bit when I was young. I struggled in school.
Oh my god, they're
and I got into a
multiplying.
huge pile of debt
They're
building
everywhere.
the Palace of Alcazar's. Although Al-Haytham thinks that it's because of my personality that I continue to live in the shadow of the past, I think it's also just a part of life. Plus, if I look back, I've honestly had my fair share of good luck as well.
1, I love you. 2, I love you. 3, my eyes are solely on the tumbleweed right now. I know, it's in the corner. I want to go, like, break it. End its misery.
You could probably say I followed in the path of my mother. Like her, I've gained a name for myself as an architect, built something that's seen as my magnum opus.
Sunk cost
and found many projects
fallacy.
that
You gotta
others have
stay
entrusted to
until
me to
I'm done.
finish.
And I'll probably be done in like 15 minutes. I don't imagine this will go on much longer. You also haven't completely lost your passion for life. Like, yeah, like your
Life is too
mom.
boring when you live with no enthusiasm and passion. Only those who believe in the inherent meaning of it can capture the small nuances of everyday life and turn them into inspiration for beautiful designs.
Look, it's 5 hours of Kaveh. What more could you want?
Of course, I will concede that loving something also means taking it to heart. So to an extent, caring is also a source of pain. If I didn't love my work, I wouldn't be so torn up about it all the time.
Take a screenshot of this X, please. I'll fit it into a fic somehow. Take a screenshot. Okay, I gave you 10 seconds. I think that's enough time. I'm gonna move on. Take a screenshot.
But still, isn't this place beautiful? Despite the erosion from the winds and changing seasons, you can still perceive its past beauty and glory. With different landforms come different architectural styles. The desert's history has left it with few records regarding its buildings, so I often visit the desert to investigate things in person.
Hell yeah.
The sight here has moved me ever since the first time I laid my eyes on it. I told myself that one day, I would also be able to create buildings that move others.
Oh, baby.
My pain will one day fade into nothing, just as I've reached the end of my life. But buildings are different.
Baby.
They are far more valuable than most materialistic things, and far more durable than human flesh. As long as there remain souls in the world who can decipher the meaning behind them, they will also have acknowledged me across the vast stream of time.
Baby boy. Aww.
If you were to ask me what art is, that would be my answer.
Can I kiss you?
You think so?
What's the answer to that,
But
baby
I feel
boy?
I've always been like this. Remember that question I brought up before? The one about whether I should see art as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods, or as a product of my own existential struggle.
Did you find an answer?
I still haven't found an answer
Oh.
to that yet. But if art wasn't inherently paradoxical and enigmatic, then people probably wouldn't be drawn to it.
Modern AU fic, where it's Kaveh screeching about how AI art isn't real art to Al-Haytham, but Al-Haytham had his noise-canceling headphones on and did not notice the past hour of conversation.
Those who pursue art will be unable to avoid the pain that it naturally brings. Will often be floating on cloud 9 one second, and sinking in a mire the next.
Sinking in a mire? You mean like how your dad died?
I'll try gathering my thoughts again once I've found a way to define art in the first place. In any case, thank you so much for listening to everything I had to say.
In architect's romanticism, my pain will one day fade into nothing as I reach the end of my life, but my buildings will endure. Wow. He's so baby. He's so baby.
The scribes were...
Have a chat about the future with Kaveh in the desert. He's such a romantic.
That's exactly why I took the position.
Okay, so I did 3 of the 5 endings. So let me look. It looks like the next path we can take, we'll have to go back to the tavern, and we'll have to I think I'll probably, instead of telling him to get his mind off of it, we'll have to try to convince the guy to do a new to go along with Kaveh's vision or something. Because normally with Hangout quests, they normally have at least one that's like fucked up, like or sad. Like if I go to Yunjin's, there's one where it's like the bad ending. Oh, here it is. This one's the bad ending, because you were getting closer and she thought you guys were good friends, and then when it's time to take a photo, she's like, oh, you just wanted an autograph because I'm famous. But this is the good end, where it's like that's the picture you take together if you go from a friend's angle. Anyways.
Wait.
That... Oh no, his keys are out here. Anyways, oh, it disappeared. Good. Someone put it out of its misery. Kaveh did that before he left, actually.
Quicker.
I'm sure there are lots of people who have done Yunjin's, who have done Yunjin's story quest
right now.
thingy. Hang out. Why did I say story quest? Free to check out, Kiwi, if you want to. Anyways, sorry, I'm tired and I forgot what I was doing for a second. I'm gonna end the stream in a moment. You know, probably go to bed soon. I don't know. I might still be buzzing. But anyways, thank you guys for sticking with me for nearly 5 hours. Yes, especially UX, go to bed. I'll probably stream some more tomorrow. Love y'all. Have a good night. I am Eepy. I am Eepy McSleepy. Good night. Do do do.